Good morning and welcome to everyone. Welcome to the September 2023 board meeting, and thanks to everyone attending. Thank you to all who are observing, either in this room or online via YouTube. We have a few visitors from around the world in the room, so welcome to you. We have a full house from a board perspective. One TA joining us remotely, Yvette. Welcome. I hope you stay up through the night with us. Speaking of TAs, we have a few new TAs with us. Claire Reveney, who's Sue's new TA, Misha Peters, who's Greg's new TA, and Antoine Boitard, who's Isabel's new TA. So welcome to all. I turn to my left and I see a visitor, Sally Ann. Welcome back correctly. And we didn't have an ability to say a formal goodbye, but I don't think you're totally left us anyway. You're back in the room. It's great to see you, Sally Ann, as well. As you know, we've posted all of our board papers to the public, and the agenda papers are available on the website. So we'll continue to update board papers and post them if they need to be on the website. I did want to have a special welcome to our formal observers from the PIOB. Janine, welcome. Also Jim Dowkin and Yosh Matsumoto from the Japan FSA, welcome as well. I should say, Jim, also we had the opportunity last week at the final in-person CAG to congratulate you on your service as CAG chair, and we will make sure that we, as a board, have the ability to celebrate you later in the week. So busy week, as you can imagine. We only have 4 days of meetings this week, but that doesn't mean we have less to do. We're going to kick off today with ISA for LCE, where we're going to go through the proposed changes. Kai and the team are going to lead that discussion. To be clear, the goal is to approve the ISA for LCE standard. We expect to distribute a turnaround document but bring back targeted sessions tomorrow afternoon, and then a turnaround document on Wednesday by 2 p.m. and vote for approval on Thursday. After we do LCE today, we're going to turn to fraud. You'll get a full draft of the standard. The task force believes that there are 7 key elements of the revision that extend ISA 240, which are aimed at improving consistent practice and changing auditor behavior. It's really important right now to get some finality. The one thing I will say on 240 is we should discuss changes in the document, but my concern will be if we start redeliberating past decisions. And I think that is a really important thing. I think when the board is deciding on things and discuss things for months, land on things, decisions, unless there are significant unintended consequences or a misstatement of how to reflect the board's decision. I think it's really important that we move forward and get this out for public exposure and comment. Audit evidence, that the team has done Herculean efforts to analyze the 70 comment letters that we received across a really broad range of stakeholder groups. We had the task force who normally would bring back things in different chunks. They did it all at once because I think we need to give some guidance about the future direction of that project. It also has implications on our strategy and work plan. There are 12 themes identified. The task force is seeking input on direction, I think, on 6 of those 12 themes, and I look forward to that discussion. After audit evidence, we're going to turn to the strategy and work plan. That we received 61 comment letters on that. That's a significant uptick on previous strategy work plan discussions. We will discuss our plan with the idea of taking in the input from our discussions and approving the strategy of work plan, with the benefit of our joint session with IAASB this week in December. So general reminder, you may be sick of me saying this, even if you provided offline comments, if there's substantive points, make sure you put them on the public record. If you have a doubt of whether they're substantive or just drafting points, err on putting on the public record. That being said, I don't want to have much discussions on whether it should be a semicolon or a colon. We also will benefit, we have benefited from the CAG input from last week. The task force chairs for each project will update the board on the CAG input. And just a reminder about the boardroom, about turning your mics on and off to trigger the cameras. Big thanks to everyone involved in getting the papers together. Exceptional work into the prep of this meeting. One final thing to say about this week's meeting, as you know, we will be taking a pause from our normal discussions, board deliberations on Wednesday. We're going to use Wednesday as an opportunity for 2 roundtables on ISSA 5000. They are very well attended, and everyone will have the opportunity. We'll talk a little bit in an admin session about how they will be run, these sessions, but they're well attended. It will be a packed house, but we do want everyone who wants to follow on in person to be in the room if they so choose. Let me just also highlight again, as I said, the CAG had their last in-person meeting in New York. We don't let people to slip away easily. We're going to have another CAG meeting by video on December 7th. That is to handle some of due process things that need to be handled. The other thing is the PIOB, if you haven't seen, has opened the application process for the new Stakeholder Advisory Council on its website. Applications are open. The process is open till September 30th. What I'd ask each and every one of you is to amplify that message through your social media and your networks to make sure we get a very broad diversity of applications. You know that the consultation paper document for 5000 is out. It ends on December 1st, the comment period. Again, make sure that you amplify all the outreach events and all the outreach activities that we're doing. The other, finally, our exposure draft on going concern, the comment period ended on August 24th, and we received 78 comment letters. We will bring that back to the board in due course. So a lot has happened since last June. I think everyone has done a lot of outreach themselves. I've been on the road. I think I've met with every monitoring group member in some capacity since the June meeting. I've been in Europe a couple of times throughout the world. We've met with different stakeholder groups, from the investor, from the practitioner, from the academic spheres. We've met with our non-traditional stakeholders. We've done a little roundtable in Europe on ISSA 5000. I will say 5000 has occupied a lot of the attention, but not all of it. People are still very much interested in all that's going on the audit side, and it's generating huge amount of interest in terms of, one, the ability to approve our LCE standard, but fraud and going concern are of top of mind to many people. So a lot is happening, and I just remind everyone, for the public record, we do keep track of our outreach activities, and I make sure that you send them into us because they're an important element of our public record as well. A few things to note. We will be continuing to updating our, can't even say this right now, X, formerly known as Twitter platform. So I guess we're going to be posting. We don't tweet anymore. We post on X. There's over 10,000 followers now. LinkedIn, we're doing a lot on LinkedIn right now. There's a lot of rich content. Please utilize that. More than 22,000 followers. We've picked up 4,000 more since our June meeting. And our YouTube subscribers, like in the United States, it's a big deal that YouTube just has all the NFL football now, but I think our YouTube channel may be competing with the Sunday Ticket right now in terms of most followed. We're up to 2,670 subscribers. Again, reminder about the mics. Look forward to the discussions today and throughout the rest of this week. A lot to do, and I think we're ready to kick it off. One last thing, otherwise I'll get in real trouble, is to remind you that the draft minutes for the June 2023 and July 26, 2023 meetings have been posted. If we have not heard any additional comments by the end of the day, we will seek approval by the close of the meeting today. So I think we're ready to go. We're ready, team? Kai, over to you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you all for, we did ask for comments ahead of the meeting, and we did receive comments from quite a few board members. That's very helpful for us going into the week. So thank you all for sending through what you did. So big week for the LCE project this week, as Tom said, with the approval coming up on Thursday. So hopefully we'll have a good discussion today and we'll be ready for that. Together with me at the table presenting, I have Jasper next to me and Isabel across the room. We'll do different parts. Then we also have Kazuko in the back there, helping out on the staff. And I think we also have we've called in Dan on the side to help us out on the last week, as Jasper is also doing multiple projects this week. So big thanks to the task force with Chung-Wei, Julie, Sachiko, and Vivian. We had a good session yesterday leading up to this meeting. So that's, I think we're prepared for a good week. So if we go on to the next slide, you can see the return of the Viking. We had the journey that the Viking has been climbing the mountain. Sometimes we've been stuck falling down maybe a little bit. We were also stuck in the Suez Canal at one point around the authority. I did bring a Viking ship so to lead us through the journey this week. So I have a small Viking ship here to be here on the table in front of me during this week, and then we'll progress throughout the week with that. Just so we can go to the next slide. So the journey that we've been on, we've discussed LCE at least 18 times with the board. We've analyzed more than 205 comment letters coming through, both on the original ED and the ED of part 10. And I think we had more than 30 task force meetings, because I think during the COVID era, it's difficult really to count what's a task force meeting and not. So that's the journey that we've been on so far. If we go on to the next slide, so what's done since the last time we met? We had a session in July, virtual session, where we discussed ED, the report or suggested changes to the ED of part 10. And then what's happened after that? You can see the picture there that I had the pleasure of having the task force with me in Oslo. We had a task force meeting in Oslo. Unfortunately, Sachiko was not able to join us physically, as there was a typhoon in Japan, so she wasn't able to travel, but she was there, as you can see, on our wall the whole time, participating virtually, so that was good. We've also had a couple of virtual sessions in addition. Since last time, we also coordinated with IAASB, just to make sure that we're all on track on the court when referring to matters that they have influence on as well. And some of the changes that we did do in July, just to make sure that we're all in agreement around the authority and what's in there. We did also have coordination with the professional skepticism consultation group and the auditor reporting consultation group. And in the papers that you received, there are some changes that come from them. I think at least one of them has gathered a few comments coming into this week, so we probably will discuss that later today. Then also we did other outreach. We've been in touch with the LCE reference group, and then also we had a meeting with the World Bank discussing, if you remember, in the third Paris conference, there were one of the presenters and said it's an important project for them. So we also had a discussion with them to update them on where we're going, and then also on adoption implementation, how we can further work together on that. The box above there, I didn't forget, but I took it last week. We had a CAG meeting. So if we go on to the next slide, we have some details from the CAG meeting. Generally broad support for the standard. The areas that there is still some mixed views or difference of opinions on, similar to what we've heard, I think many places as well, is mixed views on the prohibition on component auditors. Some want it to be wider, some want it to be narrower. Some of the other matters, they've also emphasized the importance of the outreach after the approval of the standard to make sure the adoption. They suggested to look into IFRS for SME adoption and implementation to see if there's any lessons to learn from that. And also emphasize the need for a post-implementation review. And there was also suggested by a few people wondering whether it at that point would be a need to look into the component auditor cutoff, so to say, as well, to see if that should be considered again at that point. Around effective date, some comments that the questions whether there's a need to set an initial effective date, as it's a new standard, whether it's necessary to do that. I think the other part that there were some discussion around was around maintenance and keeping the standard up to date. So I think, Jim, was that fair presentation of what we discussed last week?
Yes, Kai, it was fairly stated in all material respects. And my general sense was from the CAG meeting was that we had very few questions. There's the one area you highlight there, which we've had a discussion, and I know the board's had significant discussion. But in terms of additional, we just did not have much, which indicates to me you are on track for this meeting today. Thanks. Thank you.
That was my call of the discussion as well. And I think we've seen that in multiple places, that there are less and less comments coming through on the technical standard itself, and more questions and comments around related matters as adoption, implementation, and maintenance. So it's a good sign, and hopefully we'll get there soon. So if we then move on to the next slide, we'll soon dive into what's we've done to the standard, and I'll do that right now. We've had a CUSP review. So there has been some changes throughout the standard, as you've seen, based on a CUSP review. We've also done cold reads and consistency reviews to make sure that things tie together and that we're consistent. So there has been some changes throughout the standard based on that. You see on the picture there that the Viking also helped us on the cold read. So I think he thinks that we're good to go. So if we then move on to the next slide, we can jump directly into the first parts of the standard and see where we agree on or receive the board's feedback on the preface and the authority. you've seen the papers, you've seen the changes that are suggested. We have also the significant change document. I think when you look at them, you can almost question whether a lot of them are really that significant, but we did pull it together. I think in general, in the preface, we did some changes to strengthen or highlight the link to ISQM1 a little bit better. And also some of the other changes that are there are based on the discussions we had in June and July. So it's more moving things around. In the authority, we've done, as you've seen, a little bit of updates around how we mention service organization and type 1, type 2 reports. We did also then, or the other thing was also in the preface, we took out the maintenance piece, as that's not really a part that should be in the standard. It's more something we do releasing the standard. You've seen in the authority, you've seen some minor changes to some of the qualitative characteristics based on discussions we had in June and July. And then also you see that the reference to one of the examples of a threshold has changed from Malaysia to South Africa. The reason for that is also that the South African example has multiple different variation, and it shows that it's an example showing that you can set different thresholds based on different industries. We didn't put the numbers in there, as there are many different thresholds based on the different industries. So we felt it's better to highlight what that could do rather than having or pulling out one specific example. So I think by that, I can turn back to you, Tom, to open for comments on the authority and the preface.
Feels like it's the first time we've talked about the preface and authority on this project. Any comments on the preface and authority? Isabel.
Yes, thank you. So first thing, Kai, great job, really great job. We really enjoyed reading it all, and the French profession has always been very supportive of this standard with the organization of the 3 Paris conference. So we hope we're at the end of the process of climbing the mountain. Minor point on this part, but reading it also cold. Reading the paragraph that we highlight as consideration where there are members of the engagement team other than the engagement partner, we struggled with the word consideration, because consideration, if you take the CUSP guideline, it means think about it. And to me, it's not a consideration, it's a requirement. It's a requirement that does apply when there are members of the engagement team other than the engagement partner. So the proposal was to remove consideration and to keep in the title where there are members of the engagement team other than the engagement partner, because having consideration, it seems you may consider it, but it's not a requirement. That's all I had on this section. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And I might bring you back to a discussion in June. You said you think we didn't discuss it. But first, I want to thank Kai and his team. I'm really excited for the progress that we've made on this. We're almost there. And the journey up the mountain with the Viking that I have been part of in my first term. And now I'm going to bring you back to June and P3. That now says when an audit engagement is undertaken using the standard, the international standards on auditing do not apply to the engagement. And we did discuss this. And I'm concerned because the wording may imply that an auditor would not be able to or would be prohibited from looking at the ISAs. And I'm not sure that that is our intent. given the amount of discussion that we've had, so I've proposed two alternatives, but which I did send in, but I'm going to read the second alternative because I do think it's preferred. This standard includes all of the requirements necessary for an auditor to obtain reasonable assurance in an audit of a less complex entity. There is no requirement or expectation that an auditor performing an audit in accordance with the standard would refer to the IAASB. However, there is no preclusion on the auditor on referring to the IAASB for additional guidance or something similar to that. So I put that out there for you to consider because I'm concerned that it would imply that looking at the IAASB is prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
Thanks, Tom. And Kai, just looking at that slide as to how many times we've talked about this, I am appreciative, very appreciative to all the work that you've done with your team to get us to where we are. I had one comment that I did send in, and it dealt with, first of all, I was quite happy with the changes and the clarifications that were all made in the preface and authority. I thought they were spot on and covered many things we talked about. The one comment that I had dealt with when we get into additional characteristics relevant for group audits, because it is group and it's a spicy subject and we've gone back and forth many times. There's a discussion there about group structure and activities. And the lead-in is the group has few entities or business units, less than 5, fine. But then there's a paragraph under there and I got a little tangled up as to what we were saying. And I wasn't sure I was interpreting it correctly. And so I did send some language in here and I wasn't quite sure if what I sent in was what you were thinking or was I off base, but I was questioning whether we were saying that different entities that operate in the same jurisdiction and are subject to the same law, regulations, and business practices may represent a single business unit. And I wasn't sure if that's was what we were intending to say or not, but I wanted to just get some clarification on that point again, because it dealt with group and again, because we had so many discussions on this point. But overall, I thought it was really well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the task force. I think we're really very close and we're now down to the sort of short strokes. I only had one comment on the preface and authority, and that relates to A2 and the material dealing with the qualitative characteristics. And it notes that the ISA does not include requirements dealing with 3 topics: the listed entities, the work of internal auditors, and the reports of service auditors. And so the first one, dealing with listed entities, is obviously pretty clear because there's a specific prohibition in A1 related to listed entities. But for the other 2, there's phrasing in there about, the requirements would ordinarily not be applicable to an audit of an LCE. And it really wasn't clear to me what the implications of that are in the circumstances where, for example, the auditor does intend to use the work of internal auditors or the report of a service auditor. So I just wondered if we could clarify what the intent there is, because, as you know, the service organization point was one that certainly the Canadian stakeholders have raised a number of issues with. So we're just not clear what the auditor is, or what the intent is for the auditor to do in that respect. Thanks.
Sue?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Kai and the team. I have very few comments on this. I think you've done a great job in getting to this stage. My only comment in this section is in exactly the same sentence that Diane referenced. So in the additional characteristics relevant for group audits. And you've done a number of edits there, some of which reflect the debate we had last time. But The removal of the reference to language, I was questioning, because I think language is a real indication of complexity within the group structure. I mean, frankly, when we speak the same language, we often mean different things, but the introduction of different languages, to me, as I say, is a complexity. So I'd just ask if the group could look at that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Good morning. Thank you, Kai and the team, and also thanks to Amy. I know she's not with us, but she's a big contributor to the project. Just a couple of points on the preface in respect of P14 little c. Got slightly confused with this additional wording here. I really don't think you need it, because it's a condition and it's conditional. So we already say that requirements to be met and except where the requirement is conditional. So I think it's adding a layer of conditionality, which I don't think we really need. So I think you could probably delete that. Generally, I didn't, just for the sake of having a different perspective, I didn't have a problem at all with the phrase considerations where there are members of the engagement team. I think it's fairly obvious that's not supposed to be a requirement necessarily. It's just describing the situation. And also, I did support the task force words there. In terms of the authority, the only thing I would say there is, which I've obviously sent along as well, is the new introduction of the quantitative characteristics for the South African Department of Small Business Development. The only thing I would say is that now we don't have any revenue or balance sheet indicators here, and I thought they were really important in helping us get our heads around what kind of entities are we looking here. The quantitative characteristics do help, and so you could pick something. I've looked at the Gazette, and there are many examples there, but you could pick something like mining and quarrying, which is a number that might be more relevant. So just something to give an indicator. Otherwise, it's not saying anything. It's just saying, oh, depending or a specific threshold. It's gone too broad again, whereas before we narrowed it down. So if you could put in example or one example in there, that would really help me. Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Tom, and morning, everyone. I'm conscious that in some jurisdictions, the audit of an LCE is broader than the financial statements, and certainly in New Zealand, that's the case, and they could be public sector entities or private. I think P18 nicely deals with that the scope could be broader in a public sector environment, but I'm just worried if there is a situation in a jurisdiction where the audit is broader than the financial statements and it's a charity or a not-for-profit, I'm not sure. I guess the standard setter in that jurisdiction could broaden it, but I just want to make sure there's nothing in here that would stop that. And in fact, we want to encourage adoption, don't we, across all LCEs. So, public sector entities, I think well covered. I was just worried about the not-for-profit charity angle. Just something for the task force to think about.
Isabel, did you want to come back in?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to react to the suggestion by Wendy because it touched to the fatal flaw I raised last time about the fact that the standard should be standalone with no reference to the ISA. So last time, if you remember, we had something saying that ISA could be used as a guidance. We decided as a board to remove that. Now, if I understand, we want to say, the suggestion is to say that it's not prohibited to use the ISA, but as I said last time, it's not prohibited to use anything. You may read standards from a given country, you may read the manual, you may read your firm policies. Nothing is prohibited. So it's not because we are not requiring to go to the ISA, but it's prohibited. And for me, it's really the no-go zone if ISA for LCE is not anymore standalone.
And if I remember last time we talked about in the application guidance, the first time application guidance, we could give a discussion around this, but I think the board decided not to have a specific mention of ISA. Okay, Kai and Jasper, back to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the board for the comments. The good thing of having board members sending in comments early was that we were a little bit prepared what's coming. That helpful. Isabel, I'll start with your comment around the considerations if there are more than one person on the engagement team. That construct we did pick up from ISO 600, where there is a heading saying consideration, and there are requirements following. So we did follow that same construct, that there are requirements under the consideration heading. It's just a heading, so it's I don't think it's causing it shouldn't cause any big issues, was the discussion we had at least. Wendy, yeah, I think then we discussed that earlier. Diane, the group structure, your comment, the way that I understand your comment, it's not the way that we intended it to be. So just make sure, double check, triple check to make sure that we're not saying that. So we'll look again at that. Eric, around the service organization point on A2, we have looked a little bit into that as well and see whether there is more to be added. I think one of the cautions we had looking into this is also it's tricky adding things towards the end because it may cause issues for other board members. But we will look to see that we're not misleading, so to say, with that description. So we did have a long discussion around language in the task force leading up to this meeting as well. And we feel that the other, as you say, it's an example, so it may not hurt to be there. The only caution that we had also was that it might be a little bit duplicative of some of the other characteristics that are there around the culture, and whether language really is complex. It could be, but it could also not be. So we felt that it was just adding too much of extra consideration, because you may have a situation even within the same country or jurisdiction. You can have in Canada, you can have French and Canadian, English Canadian. So that may be I don't think any Canadians would say that that's a sign of complexity, so to say, only with that language. If they all could, the business language is English, and that's the way they communicate, then it should not be. So but we can look at that. Josephine, I think the example, South Africa, as I said, we did look at it and felt that it was just picking up one of them. It might not be good representation, and it's more what we wanted to signal is that there are different alternatives there based on the industry, and in the footnote there is a reference to the thresholds themselves, so you can go and look and see at them. But it would just feel a little bit random to pick up one. That could be a really high number, a really low number, depending on how they are. Greg, your comment around the non-financial and not-for-profit. Don't think that there is anything in the standard that would prohibit a jurisdiction from doing that. In many cases today, it's dealing with non-financial information, and you would do that, I think, maybe in accordance with 3000 for a lot of audits already today. So I think that's. Did I miss anything, Jasper? No. I think that's the responses I have on the authority and preface. Should I then move on to the next part? Yep. If we can.
Can I come back in on my point? As I look at the preface, maybe we don't even, another consideration might be, maybe we don't even need 3, because if you read 1, it stands on its own already. And then I agree with the suggestion, perhaps it goes in the implementation material to clarify it. But thank you for considering.
Yeah, I think it goes in the line with discussion we had earlier. We felt that it's worthwhile mentioning that the ISAs do not apply, to make sure that to have that statement there that it is a standalone standard. And going in with the discussion we had last time as well, I feel that it's better to put that in the implementation guidance. So yeah, we have the next slide up there already. So part 1 and 2, not really any big material comments or changes that have been done there, or significant changes is the word. There are, based on the discussions we had in July and some of the comments we received through that, we've done updates, and it's also based on the CUSP guidelines and the review there has been some changes throughout. Let me just see if there's anything. The one area, as I said earlier, that we have received some comments coming into this meeting was based on one of the suggestions from the professional skepticism group, the EM below 1.4.5. So I expect that there will be some comments around that as we go into the comments. Let's have that discussion when we get there. So I think with that, I'll turn back to you, Tom, for part 1 and part 2.
Thank you, Kai. So comments on part 1 and 2. Wendy?
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the new material in 1.4.5, and I am on the professional skepticism group, but I'm finding that addition somewhat confusing, and I'm wondering if this also could be in the implementation material that basically says you exercise no different professional skepticism and judgment when you're doing an ISA under LCE than you would under any other audit. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ada?
Good morning, everybody. Yes, thank you, Tom. Yeah, I was struggling with the last example in the EEM under 145 as well. Guy, it's first of all, I struggle to understand it full stop. And in trying to go through the motion, still not convinced that was the approach, that is something that we need to put in there in the current shape. So I ask you to reconsider that part. I had another comment and maybe even more a question. So now in 1A2, we say the auditor shall communicate with those charged with governance the relevant ethical requirements, including those related to independence that the auditor applies to the audit engagements. And I'm just wondering whether the 260-700 amendments that have been put through, where you need to communicate any independence requirements specific to audits of financial statements of certain entities, could be or needs to be brought in here. I was just wondering whether that was given any active consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
Paragraph 1.4.5, the popular paragraph. I agree. I'm not sure you need to draw out that there could be additional pressures. If you want to keep that, I absolutely didn't understand the second sentence and what that was conveying. So I sent in an alternative of a scenario where you're close to a report release date. You may not have the, you may not do as an appropriate time spent to critically challenge evidence because there's pressures on meeting the time commitment. But my first comment is I don't think you need to draw it out. Second comment, if you do, you need to change the example. Thanks.
Thank you. Sue?
Thank you. And like others, I also didn't understand that final example in 1.4.5, and Kai, I've sent another alternative example as well for consideration. So you've got plenty in your bag to look at. And then the other comment I had in relation to this section is teeing up something that comes a little bit later, is that in 1.6, where you're talking about laws and regulations, there's obviously been a blanket edit that's gone through to change laws and regulations to an and I think in some places the or is relevant because you might have a failure of one or the other. And it's not always a composite piece. So I had asked whether the task force could take a look through those, and I felt that one or two probably would be better to revert back to what was previously. Some of those I appreciate are in section 7, but it first occurs in this section. So thanks.
Thank you. Isabel?
Yes, on the favorite 1.4.5, last sentence, what I understand is that we mean that we cannot be as skeptical in an ISA for LCE as we will get less contradictory evidence than a full ISA. So to me, it's a totally wrong message and we should not have that sentence.
Okay. Sue, you didn't want to come back in. Say, Wendy, you want to come in? No problem. Okay, a lot of focus on 1.4.5.
Yeah, that was what I was expecting based on the comments received so far. I think based on what we heard in the meeting now, maybe one suggestion would be to take that out.
Jocelyn?
Hi, sorry, I didn't raise my, once everybody had mentioned it, I put my card down because I thought I was going to say the same thing. I actually think it's actually really good. I thought it was a really good addition. I think it is important to think about, where you might have impediments. It doesn't matter what type of audit that you're doing. And I thought that was a good idea, and just maybe you just need to fix the confusion in there and look at 220 and maybe draw in one of the examples from 220. But I do think it was an excellent addition, so I wouldn't really want to see that taken out. Thank you.
So that's a little contradictory to other people. Do other people feel, those who commented, I think their sense was, okay, Diane?
So I'm probably in the camp that you can leave it, but I would change the example.
Yeah. Is that how most people feel? Okay. Ada?
Yeah, I'm happy if the example is changed to something that's understandable. I can also live with deleting the example, but keep the sentence preceding that.
Would that be a solution? Just keep the sentence without the example? Solved. Okay. Just eliminate, for example. Okay.
Yeah, I think the two other points that were picked up, Edo, your comment on 1.8.2 around whether we should mention certain entities and then add that construct. We did look at that, but we feel that what we already have in 1.8.2 should cover that situation, because it's already saying that you're communicating the relevant ethical requirements, including those related to independence, and that would already cover the certain entities addition. And also, I think in most, or it would not be that common in an LC environment to have that addition as well. So we feel that what we already have should cover that, as it says, it covers all the relevant ethical requirements and the independence. Laws and regs, we did look at your comment, Sue, around laws and regulation, whether it should be some situations flip back to laws or regulation. I think we've identified a few, so we'll go back on those. We also, the other interesting thing is that when we did look at this and see where they were coming from, some of these, or most of them, are coming more or less directly from the ISA requirement. And I think sometimes you could have questioned whether that's the and in the ISA could have been an or as well. So, but at least now we're consistent with the ones coming directly out of the ISA, and for the other ones, we specifically looked into a couple of ones and flipped them back to or. That was, I think, then covering the comments we received. So we can then move on to the next slide if there are no additional comments.
And I will present the next slide. So on some part 3 to 5, and there weren't a lot of changes to these parts. Were some enhancements made, and there's really to address comments from the board in June. So highlight a few. In part 3 on paragraph 3.2.1. Here we added a sentence that used to be in the box for considerations when there are members of the engagement team other than the engagement partner. It was explained to us, or like mentioned, that it could also be applicable in circumstances when there is more than only the engagement partner. So that's why we added it in 3.2.1 and took it out of the box. On part 5, we made some changes in the documentation. What we did there in paragraph 5.5.3, we added context, what needs to be documented related to the engagement team discussion. And this paragraph is based on ISA 240, paragraph 45A. Also in the documentation section at 5.5.4, we clarified that the factors considered in determining materiality do not need to be documented for 5.4D, and this deals with amounts below which misstatement will be considered clearly trivial. So those were the changes we made to the requirements in the EEM. The only area I want to highlight where we made changes to materiality. What we did here, we added examples of benchmarks for not-for-profits, and we added back a paragraph about the relationship between the percentage used and the chosen benchmark. We had deleted that paragraph in the June meeting, and it was suggested to add it back in, and that's the suggestion we took. So, Tom, with that, you can open it for comments on part 3 to 5.
Thank you, Jasper. Comments on parts 3 to 5. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Tom, and good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. Thanks, Kai, for the hard work, for your team and the staff which stands behind you. I have only a brief comment referring to paragraph 5.3.1. As I remember rightly, in the last meeting, I had proposed that the text from paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 from ISA 320 needs to be taken up as EEM, because this text forms the basis for all materiality decisions and describes materiality in the context of users' needs. I believe that there was some support from some other board members for my suggestions. Therefore, I continue to believe that this material should be included here as EEM. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. So my comment is focused on 5.2.7, 5.5.2, and 5.5.3, and how they are interconnected. And this is dealing with the engagement team discussion that's required in the standard, and is based primarily on what's in 315. And what's happening here is that in 5.5.2, the discussion with the engagement team is in the box of considerations when there are members of the engagement team other than the engagement partner. The point, though, is that when you look at 315, the engagement team discussion is intended to also be appropriate when there's only one person on the engagement team. And so I'm worried that by putting this particular requirement in the box, if it's the single engagement, a single person on the engagement team, they might miss the requirement to actually look at the particular factors that are in 5.2.7. And related to that is the documentation requirement in 5.5.2, which is intended for the individual engagement partner to document the significant decisions reached regarding the susceptibility, etc. But there's no requirement for the single engagement person to look at the susceptibility, because it's in that box for the consideration for the other team members. So my suggestion would be to change 5.2.7 to make it clear that it applies to both situations, the individual engagement partner and also when it's the team. And if you did that, I think you'd also be able to combine 5.5.2 and 5.5.3, which are dealing with the documentation requirements. And I think we've, when we reached out to our stakeholders, those two documentation requirements became a bit confused because there's significant overlap. So I'm sorry, a complicated point, but hopefully you understood from what I sent offline. Thank you.
Anyone else want to come in on this point? Josephine?
I was actually going to just support what Eric has said there. I mean, I had already previously sent the task force some of my concerns around the decisions of considerations with the engagement team, but I'm fairly comfortable with most of where we've landed, but I do actually think that's a very good idea. Thank you, Eric.
So we had a look yesterday with the task force on this point. And it's really the advantage of having the comments in advance of the meeting, so we can really think about it and look at how it's in the ISAs as well. So I think first of all, it's some of the task force is of the view that the things that are in the box in 5.2.7 would be picked up by a sole practitioner in part 6 when they go through it. All of these things they would pick up as a sole practitioner if you're going through part 6. But what we in 315, this discussion is included, parts of 315 we basically have split up. Everything is in part 6 except for the engagement team discussion, which is in part 5. So that is causing some of the confusion. Then we also had a look at actually the documentation requirements. And when you dive, we went back to the ISA, what's in there. And what happened at one point, we decided to have these boxes. And when going through it, we split up some requirements. And here, it actually the requirement was split up incorrectly. If you look at the ISAs, it's both there are two references in 240 for paragraph 45A and 315 in paragraph 38A, and they're both about discussions amongst engagement team members, amongst the engagement team, and the significant decisions reached. So they all relate to the engagement team discussion. So if you keep the engagement team discussion in the box where the task force is of the view of that it should be, then you could delete the proposal of the task force when we discussed it yesterday. You could delete 5.5.2 and then merge a little bit of 5.5.2 into 5.5.3, and then it would work. So it's really the view of the task force is that it's then that alignment, that issue, Eric, that you raised, that would be then solved. And yeah, the task force is of the view what I mentioned already before, that the split up might have caused some of the confusion. But if you are a sole practitioner, you would pick up all these points when you go through part 6.
I guess I'm trying to process exactly what it looks like now. So you're saying delete 5.5.2 and then move enhance 5.5.3.
Yeah, so yeah, that's correct. Like I was trying to do this on the fly, but I don't have the words in front of me. But we already discussed it. We discussed it yesterday in the. So it should be something like the auditor should document discussion amongst engagement team and the significant decisions reached, comma, including the significant decisions reached regarding the susceptibility of the entity's financial statements to material misstatements due to fraud. So then you're combining these two.
Okay, it's sort of, I guess we'll have to, maybe this is an issue you guys bring back tomorrow and the targeted issues. I think people are nodding sort of conceptually it could work, but it's tough to see how it works.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, that we bring this one back tomorrow so that you can see how the
And maybe
suggestion
you
actually
should
looks.
speak to Eric and
Yep.
Josephine, who raised the issue, see how it works from their perspective. The sirens agree with us. It's going to be a lot of sirens in New York this week. Sue.
Thank you. My point is in section 3, right at the very beginning, the content box, and it's talking about the scope of this part. And there's an edit that's been made. There was a long sentence that's been taken from ISQM1 about the responsibilities under ISQM1, and my question really was, I'm not sure that's now consistent with what we have in ISQM1, which is referencing the firm's responsibilities for the system of quality management, and then whereas this sentence is talking about the firms responsible for conducting engagements. So if we could go back and look at the ISQM1 material, please.
Thank you. Neil?
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, firstly, thanks to the task force team. We put in a number of comments following the last board meeting, which really see that in your task force meetings you've considered and applied in many circumstances. So, thanks very much for that. Just a simple point on 3.2.6, paragraph B. When you compare it into the parallel requirement in ISO 220, which I think is paragraph 9, we've included some additional words in the middle there. So 220 talks about just, the engagement partner shall remain alert through observation and making inquiries. Here we've included the words observation, inspection of audit documentation, and making inquiries. I feel that goes beyond the parallel requirement in 220, so just wanted you to consider that.
Okay, Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate the input or the added words for ISQM1 and taking into account Sue's comment. My concern, or I presume that the task of comparing ISRE 2400 to the requirements here has already been done, so that this would not appear to have any less requirements in the standard or under ISQM1. And I'm just going to make one recommendation in this regard. I think in 3.2.1, we should add something that unless it's elsewhere and I missed it, but the engagement partner shall have competence and assurance skills and techniques in financial reporting and capabilities, including having sufficient time appropriate to engagement circumstances, which does come right out of ISRE 2400. And my concern would be it might imply that there are less requirements for the partner in an LCE. And that's my only comment on sections 3 to 5. And you did likely have that in advance and see it before.
Thank you, Josephine.
Thank you. Thank you, Kai. Wendy, I'm really curious about your need to compare to 2400, but maybe I'll just talk to you offline about that one, because obviously that's a limited assurance engagement. So, and we're not in that space here, but let's do that offline. On 4.3.1, there's been some changes there, possibly CUSP, but actually now I think it's completely unnecessary, and it was very nicely aligned with 220, I believe. to start with. So maybe go back and think, but I don't see there's any point in changing things. It doesn't seem to change the concept or what's happening here. So I would just align it with the previous wording. Thank you.
Jesper?
Yeah, so let me go through the comments first. One from Kai on 5.3.1. The task force considered adding this paragraph suggested. We thought in the end it would be better to deal with this in the implementation guide because it's more educational in nature, and it would add a lot of EEM to already a section that has a lot of EEM. So that was the rationale for not making the change. What was also raised in June. Sue, on your comment in the content box, we had a look at it, and we do think it changed the meaning. So we will revert back to what we had. Then Neil on 3.2.6, your comment. Let me go there. So it will we'll have a look at it. Like we had this initial look at it, and we thought there was a reason for why we added it, but we need to go back to the papers and what we've done in previous discussions. So we'll have another look at that tonight. Wendy, on your comment on 3.2.1. So what we did was a comparison with ISA 220. So we haven't made a comparison with the review standard. So we think it's part 3 is sufficiently aligned with 220, and that this point is picked up as part of 3.2.7, which is part of the engagement resources. So that's why we only looked at to Josephine's point. Similar thinking was of the task force. We align with the ISAs, and we don't look at the review standard. Josephine, on 4.3.1, we looked at that as well. We're going to align it more closely again to 20. The only thing that we have, we'll keep it in 2 bullets, because 20 doesn't have the bullets, just as one sentence. We thought this was a little bit clearer. So that's were the matters that I wanted to raise for part 3 to 5. Kai, you have anything? No? Okay, can we go to the next slide? So we go now to part 6 and 7. On part 6, there were not that many changes, just general clarifications, things that were picked up by part of the CUSP review and just a cold read of the standard. The one thing I would like to highlight is 6.7.1. We added their requirement to document the procedures on which the auditor based the assessment of risk of material misstatement. Then on part 7, so this was presented for the first time in June. So really appreciated all the suggestions we received at that time, and we made therefore further clarifications. We added a few things to highlight what we changed. So we added EEM related to 7.3.16 to explain what the auditor should do when there are differences when you perform substantive analytical procedures. And this paragraph is based on ISA 520.16. Then on 7.4, paragraph 7.4.8 and 7.4.9. This used to be one paragraph, but we split this up in 2, which is similar to the ISAs. It was highlighted to us that by combining these 2 paragraphs, it was actually more strict than the ISAs, and that's what we try to avoid, and that's why we now have split it up, and it's aligned with the equivalent requirements in the ISAs. Then we added paragraph 7.4.10, and that's really highlighting the importance of communicating promptly related parties or significant related party transactions to other members of the engagement team. And that one was also one of the examples that was lost because we moved things in boxes, and this was a response. We fixed this. And last thing I would like to highlight that we added paragraph 7.5.3, and this is about a situation where the auditor asks management to examine classes of transactions, account balances, and disclosures when a misstatement was identified. And here we had added EEM to address this point, but the board in June was of the view that it would be better to have a requirement, so we added the requirement and took out some of the EEM. And with that, Tom, I would be interested in the board's input on part 6 and 7.
Thank you. Part 6 and 7. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Again, also brief comment, Kai, referring to paragraph 731. I believe that the application material in the second last sentence of paragraph A4 of ISA 330 from the conforming amendments to ISA 315 revised 19 needs to be included in the EEM to clarify that auditors need not respond to risk of material misstatement that are assessed at an acceptable low level. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. And my comment is on point 7.4.28, which is dealing with the use of a service organization. And one of the procedures that's suggested in the standard there is that if the entity uses a service organization, the auditor shall determine whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence is available, and then if not, perform further audit procedures or use another auditor to perform those procedures at the service organization on the auditor's behalf. And in many service organizations will not permit any auditor to come in and start looking at their controls, and particularly if they've already had a service auditor issue a service auditor's report. So in my view, paragraph B is problematic in practice because the auditor will not be able to actually perform further audit procedures or use another auditor to perform those procedures. And so I've made a suggestion that we amend the requirement to recognize if it's not possible to perform those further audit procedures, that the auditor will have consider the implications for the audit as a result, because obviously at that point you're going to have trouble getting the sufficient appropriate audit evidence that you need. So that's my suggestion on that paragraph. Thank you.
Leo?
Thanks, Tom. On 7.4.17, the authority excludes the circumstances when your estimate would have complex modeling. And then it seems as if we've brought in requirements from 540 that are related to when there is complex modeling. So we've removed the complex modeling part, but we've dropped in some of those requirements that are sitting in 540 paragraph 23. So I've sent in the comments to you to take a look. I think some of them are duplicative. So you'll see one, for example, relates to changes from prior periods are appropriate, but we've also already got that incorporated into the paragraph A, which is the selected methods, including changes from the prior period. So it's getting a little messy in that section. Hopefully the comments I've shared with you identify when it's duplicative and perhaps when it isn't necessarily required.
Thank you. Diane?
Thanks, Tom. My comment was on 7.4.8. And this was the situation where there's a possible related party that maybe the company had not told us about, a related party transaction. And it's just the tail end of that sentence where I thought it was just some additional words that maybe weren't necessary, because the beginning of this paragraph talks about the auditor identifies something, and then it ends with they need to determine, basically they need to confirm, they've identified it, now they need to confirm it. And there seems to be, and then we go immediately into 7.4.9, 4.9, where we talk about, again, identify. And I feel like there's a step missing in here, which is maybe to go to the client and say, hey, here, I think I have something here. It wasn't on the original list of related party transactions. And, is this indeed a related party transaction? So there was just something that I got a little lost on the trail, 7.4.8 and 9, and just the sequencing of events. So if you could take a look at that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ada?
Yes, thank you. As I was looking at Diane's sentence, lost my own comment in respect to 671B, where in respect to the audit documentation, it currently reads procedures performed on which the auditor based the assessment of the risk of material misstatements. So on a cold read doesn't offend me, but 315 just says, so you need to document the risk assessment procedures performed. So it's trying to understand whether there's any difference between what is written here versus what 315 says. And in my head, I was trying to think, well, maybe I have done risk assessment procedures, but they didn't lead to anything, so I don't need to document those. Is that what you're trying to get at? And if not, why don't we just put in here the risk assessment procedures performed in line with 315? Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Jesper.
Let me start with Kai with 7.3.1, the suggestion to add this wording from paragraph A4 of 330, which we discussed with the task force, and we think it could be a good addition to this paragraph. Then Eric on 7.4.28b, when looking at this again yesterday, we also thought it was a bit confusing. We do have a little bit of a different way forward than you suggested. We thought we delete on 7.4.28b the last piece of that sentence, or use another auditor to perform those procedures at the service organization on the auditor's behalf. So to take that out, and that I think would address some of the confusion. There was also in the S&P AG letter a reference that this paragraph was confusing. Then on 7.4.17, Neil, we had this is a tricky paragraph, because what we did here, we had in 540, you have for assumptions, method, data, and assumptions, you have separate paragraphs and separate requirements, and we merged them all into one list that we have here. So we'll, like, for complex modeling, that's indeed, there was a specific part of the requirement of 540, but when you merge it all together, it would make it really complex to deal with it here. And then the other one, like, how often would you have complex modeling, and how much additional work would this be if you don't, like, if you have to do this for every model. So I didn't pick up, there was also in 7.4.17a, so we'll have a look at that later today. But for now, with the task force, we're thinking to leave it as is, at least the E, because yeah, it would be a little bit of additional work, but how much work would it actually be? And otherwise, we need to bring in all the requirements, and it's just by merging everything together. It's this is one of the effects of that. And Diane on 7.4.8. So this one, again, we'll go back to that, but I think this is exactly aligned with what we have in 550. So then we would, yeah, add additional requirements for fix 550. Yeah. But we're going to talk more about the strategy and work plan. So no, so we yeah, so that's where we thought we, yeah, like, I will double check again, but I think it's aligned with that. Then the last point, 8.0, the reason why we did this is because we don't refer to the risk assessment procedures in part 6. So this is a way to get around that. This is one of the, yeah, like because of a previous decision made, this is the effect of that. I think that's it.
Anyone want to come in on part 6 and 7? Okay, let's proceed.
I guess then we can go to the next slide and go to parts 8 and 9. From the significant changes document, you can see we've done some tweaks or changes to requirements in EM and part 8 and 9. It's mainly based on discussions we had earlier and some of the comments we received. So there has been some changes around subsequent events, written representation, and taking overall responsibilities in part 8. And I would say the general theme of the changes that are there are aligning it closer to what we have in the ISA requirements. In part 9, there are also a few changes around. It's more clarification, making sure we're consistent and actually referring to right on some of the tables also, and having done a double check on some of those. So I don't think there's anyone worth mentioning specifically. So I think that we will go to open for comments for part 8 and 9.
So
it was a comment on the example auditors report in 9.4.1. There's an edit in the first paragraph which changes the reference from to summary of significant accounting policies to material accounting policy information, and I'm conscious that relates to the changes in IFRS. But my understanding as to where we are regarding changing the IAASB material is that we were looking at that where we're using examples of financial statements that have been prepared under IFRS. And from what I can see, I don't think this references that. So my suggestion would be that should be consistent, should go back to the previous wording, which is then consistent with the other IAASB examples.
okay.
Thanks, Tom. Kai and Jasper, I have my first comment refers to paragraph 8.6 1.a footnote 30. This footnote violates, in my view, our CASP project and many other principles of standard setting to include a requirement with the term shall in a footnote. Therefore, I suggest that the footnote be raised to the main text. And I have two other comments. Give me a second. The first one is referring to paragraph 9.4.
Could you repeat the reference again?
Yeah, it's 9.4, 9.41, sorry. The first comment is the words "or if prescribed by a relevant local body with standard setting authority" are not in line with the requirements and underlying approach in ISA 700, paragraphs 51 and 52. Paragraph 51 does not permit departures from the ISAs. It only permits practitioners to make reference to the ISAs when the national standards require departures from the ISAs in reporting. I suggest that a separate item, for example, in U(b), be used to address this issue, which is not comparable to that for regulatory departure. Then I have a second comment to this paragraph, Kai. Very brief one. For me, it is unclear what the term "all significant elements" are. I therefore recommend that these be described here like in ISA 700 paragraph 50. Then I have one last comment referring to paragraph 9.5. 1 second. Yeah, here we are. As I mentioned, I have a comment to paragraph 9.5. Paragraph 15 of ISA 705, which precludes piecemeal opinions when an adverse opinion or disclaimer of opinion on the financial statements as a whole has been given, does not appear to have been included in the section on modifications to the opinion. I believe that paragraph should be included. This has been my comment. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Ida?
Yes, thank you. My comment relate to one of the tables, 9.5.3, the qualified opinion, where the introductory text is changed. We were engaged to audit the financial statements, but I think that should not be there. That should only be when you are disclaiming a report. You don't amend the language when you just qualify the opinion.
Okay, back to you. I don't see any other 10 cards.
Thank you. I can start with the last one. Ido, we agree. So that's an easy one. Sue, also your comment on the reference there, we should revert back to the original wording. So that's will do. Kayuva, on a couple of those, we'll do an offline conversation with you and Wolf to make sure that we're completely understanding that part and have a discussion, so that we see the same thing. On 8.6.1, let me just find that footnote again. The footnote is not referring to a shall for the auditor. It's referring to management responsibilities shall be described. So it's and it's a footnote to the requirement. So I don't think directly violates at least what we have. I think that's the discussion we had so far, at least. Don't see any other reactions.
Okay. We're making good progress here, but I also see that we're up to 10:30 right now. I suggest we take our break right now. We will complete the LC discussion after the break, but I don't think it will take the whole allotted time. I say that because I want to get people prepped up. We will start fraud before lunch, which means my guess is we probably about 20 to 30 minutes left on LCE. And so if you need to get your papers ready for the fraud discussion, please use the break to prep for it. We will reconvene at 11, and then we'll start the fraud discussion before lunch. We will still break at 12:30 for lunch, though. Does that sound like a good plan? Great, good discussion so far. Well done to the task force, and we'll see you at 11.
Oh, okay.
Are you happy with the?
No, I haven't checked them, to be honest. I'm just hoping they are what they are. Yeah, thank you, thank you. That was nice of you to find.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't have done that, because you would just hope. No.
Even in the FRC,
I know, I had to, I'm fine, I hate doing it, but I don't mind it. Sometimes it's quite, it's a bit like painting, you know. You don't really want to do it, but it's actually quite relaxing just doing the, yeah. Thank you. Last.
No. No, I have.
Okay, we should get back to our seats. Okay, I think we're ready to finish up on LCE.
Yeah, so we go to the last part of the standard, to part 10, and then the appendices. So the two things I want to highlight on part 10, we aligned in 10.4.1, we aligned the wording related to obtaining an understanding of the group's IT system, which with the wording in ISO 600 revised. So that was one of the changes we made. Then on the appendices, the main changes that we now added in the glossary. That wasn't in previous versions, but what we did for the glossary, we searched through the terms that were used in the ISAS glossary, and then we added ones that weren't in there and where we used the words as well in the ISFLC, and for some we also picked up some words that we deleted because they weren't referenced anymore in the ISFLC. So now the glossary should be aligned with the ISAS. With that, Tom, I think we can get comments on part 10 and the appendices.
Okay, part 10 and the appendices. I'll pause for a second, but does this mean we're fine with part 10 and the appendices?
No, just a relatively simple consideration, but there's a in the appendices there's reference to the international financial reporting standards, and I was wondering to what extent this needs to incorporate the a desire to align with the IFRS Foundation guidelines that speaks of IFRS accounting standards. And I know there's discussion on timing on when to incorporate this in the body of the ISAS, but given that this is a standalone publication, I think I would be interested to understand the position of the task force.
Okay.
So the task force hasn't really discussed that yet, but we were going to plan to raise that with Willy in tonight's the task force meeting, because I know there are discussions going on about the ISAS. So.
Okay. Anything else on part 10 of the appendices? Hey, well done on that.
I think we can move on to confirming amendments. So we sent you the updated confirming amendments, which had a little bit more than what you had previously seen. We have done a look, taken a closer look at the the full handbook, and we noticed a couple of other places where the ISA for LC should have been referred to, so we added those. And there's two changes that were a little bit more significant, so we wanted to discuss it today. First one was about the ISQM. So we didn't want to have a situation where a user of the ISA for LC was looking at ISQM for quality management requirements and then have to go to the full ISAs for reference or guidance. So, and that's because like in the ISQM, there is reference to the full ISAs or specific ISAs. So we wanted to have a solution for that. So we explored a couple of options. The task force decided that it would be best to have just an overarching sentence or a couple of sentences in the authority section of the application materials to explain that if you're using, if you're conducting an audit using the ISA for LCE, the reference to the ISA should be read as ISA for LCE. So that was one solution we had and we went for. The second changes that was a little bit more significant is around the review engagement. So there is a requirement currently in ISRE 2400 that the report should mention that the procedure performed in a review engagement are less than the ones conducted, less than those performed in an audit conducted with the ISAs. So now because we have two standard dealing with audits, we had also looked at it. And then we decided to have a more generic sentence. So replacing the reference to the ISAs to in accordance with auditing standard issued by the IAASB. We had thought of adding both standard, but it felt like it was a bit more repetitive. So we went with just a broader statements. So those were the two major changes that we wanted to highlight, but happy to take comments on all the changes that we're proposing. So, Tom.
Okay, conforming amendments. Isabel.
Yes, I had a question. Have we considered performing conforming amendments to the framework for audit quality? Because we are performing amendments to the framework, but I looked at the framework for audit quality. There's a lot of reference to audits and to audit in accordance with the ISA. So do we want to expand that? Thank you.
Ada?
Yes, thank you. I've been reviewing the changes that were suggested to ISQM 1 and 2. And I found the construct of the added sentence difficult. And I was also wondering whether it's all needed. So I was probably more expecting, based on what I read in the issues paper, that you would include a sentence such as references within the application material to ISAs are to be read as their equivalent in the ISA for LCE when applicable, something simple that just bridges it rather than to put new, relatively difficult sentences in. So that was my suggestion for it. And I think that will cover the intended meaning as well. Thank you.
Hi.
Thanks, Tom. Referring to question 2, I'm in favor of option 2 in paragraph 14, little b. Thanks.
Okay, Josephine.
Thank you. I just wanted to lend my support to what Ado has suggested. Apologies, I didn't send this to the task force ahead of time, but I had the same curiosity about that particular sentence. I actually didn't think it was necessary at all, and I would delete it altogether. But wherever you land, as long as something happens to it, that would be great. Thank you.
Anyone else on conforming amendments? Isabel?
Okay, so on Isabel's point about the framework for audit, we have considered it. I don't think we need, it's not considered conforming amendment. Billy, I don't know if you want to, I understand it correctly.
Yeah, I think this, if I can maybe just clarify the framework for audit quality, which was, I think, issued in 2014. We're regarding that as a point in time document, and we're not making any changes to that document subsequent to that. So that's why we're not contemplating making changes to the framework for audit quality. I think what I'll just go and have a look, because maybe if it's not already clarified, we need to clarify that up front.
And regarding Edo's suggestion, we did receive it. We had looked at it yesterday in the task force, and yeah, we agreed that it could simplify a lot of the sentences. So we're gonna we agree. So we're gonna make that change. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I think we can move forward.
Thank you. Then we're moving on to effective date and maintenance. Also, the latter part, the maintenance part, is something that we've received more comments coming into the meeting. Around effective date, in the ED itself, we had general support for the suggested effective date to be 18 months after the approval of a final standard. Some people had saying that was too short because they needed to do more work. Others also said they could have wanted a shorter period and may not see the need for an effective date, as I said earlier, as this is an alternative standard. The task force did consider all of those, and we, as I said, now propose an implementation period of December 15th, 2025, which will be more than 18 months after the approval. If we approve this on Thursday, we look into the PIOB, expected approval will be in December, so will be almost 2 years from that. So it will be sufficient. We did look at should we have, say, the January or June 15th instead of December, but we wanted to keep it in line with how we do the changes in the ISAs. So that's the reasoning behind the effective date. The one issue, as I said earlier, there were discussion around with the CAG, and also received input on in advance, was around maintenance. As you see from the issues paper, we have suggested an initial period of stability so that jurisdictions, when they implement this, don't need to start working on changing it even before it becomes effective. And we have suggested an initial period of stability for that reason, and also so that you can start using the standard, as I said, without considering all the changes up front. In the ED, there were 3 possible ways that were suggested on this. One is saying aligning with the ISAs as they go. The other is to revise the standard periodically, and one is to say only when needed, so that you have to review and see, is this change needed, and then do it based on that. The task force have considered all of the input, and we feel it's important to keep the standard up to date. So I think going forward, our suggestion is that there will be formed an LCE working group that will look into the changes suggested with the respective projects in the ISAs, and with that also then have an ED out at the same point as you do with the ISA itself. So I think the question becomes more, how do we deal with standards that may come into effect that we currently are working on, or have been out on ED, and how we update those. If we go with a initial period of stability, they would be picked up in the first round, or so that's the suggested approach to that. Let me just see. Yeah. Also, the other part that we've mentioned in the document is around post-implementation review. That's something that's suggested that we will do. So that's the approach around maintenance, that we will have a period of stability as the task force recommendation, and then from that point on, that we will continue keeping it up to date with the other project as we go. If we go to the next slide. The one thing I did not mention around the effective date was that we did get support for early adoption of the standard throughout, that would be a good mechanism for jurisdictions that have urgency in starting to use the standard. There was general support for that on the ED. Around the adoption of future revisions, the task force suggestion is to do that as a case-by-case analysis, similar to how we do it with the ISA updates. So it will be discussed the same way, and then you do it case by case. Throughout the outreach and discussions we had, I think the importance of activities around adoption has been highlighted to us from many different areas. So we are planning to have outreach activities to promote the standard, or to more inform everyone what it is, what the standard is and what it's not. In that process, we will liaise with IFAC, National Standards Setters, and professional accountancy organizations. The adoption discussion is something that it will need to be done jurisdictionally. And it's NSSs and professional accountancy organizations that need to take those discussions, but we can support them with targeted materials, making sure that the message that they're conveying is in line with what we are saying the standard is and what it's not. So that's what we're suggesting in that area. Around implementation activities, as you've seen from the issues paper as well, in the ED, we had questions around what are the implementation guidance that is needed for the standard. We have picked up some of those, and also throughout the discussions we had, what are the additional, let's say, guidance that is needed. Our plan is that we will develop a fact sheet around the standard, what the standard is and what it's not. The other part is, as we agreed on earlier, to have supplemental guides on authority and reporting. And then the other part that we, or other thing that we're also working on is the first time implementation guide. In that we'll also deal with the transitioning, will also be dealt with. So we have that, and if there are other materials that we develop, that's something that we will look into as well. I think during the process there has been calls for the IFAC SMP guide to be updated. That's outside of our remit, but it's something that we have discussed with the IFAC, but that's something up to their call to decide what to update or not. So I think with that, we can flip to the next slide and ask for the board's input on effective date, future updates, maintenance, early adoption of future revisions, and implementation support and guidance. I think we can group them all together.
Actually, I'm gonna do it slightly differently. We're gonna do effective date first. This is also a topic we spoke to the CAG about last week, and I think there was general support for the approach of the effective date, though, you know, some of the nuances were discussed. Does anyone have a objection to the effective date? Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I agree also with the task force that given the need for translation of a very long standard and the need for training, implementation guidance, and especially for local due process, I believe that an effective date about 24 months from the date of PRB approval, so that audits audits of financial statements for dates beginning on or after December 15, 2025 are effective is appropriate. However, an explicit statement needs to be made that early application is permitted because the standard permits departures from the ISAs. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's consistent with the recommendation. Anyone else on effective date? Okay, I think we're fine on this. Now, the second one, future updates and maintenance, I think there are actually a couple of issues here, and I think we want to segment them because I think the time periods, the length of time periods is a separate matter to the general concept of provided a period of stability upfront. We could debate the period of stability upfront, but the philosophical element that the task force is bringing forward is there should be a period of stability from the point of approval through adoption to some period afterwards. I agree that's what the task force is premised on. We could talk about the implementation of that and the timetables for it, but I want to focus on the core principle that there should be a period after which the standard is, despite any changes in ISAs from now to that end of that period, that this ISA for LCE would remain stable. Kai, is that a fair articulation? Okay. Anyone object to that fundamental principle? Bill.
Yeah, I do object. I'm not sure if I'm in agreement or disagreement by what you're trying to articulate here, but the major point is I don't think if we put out 240, 570, 500, I think we have to update the LCE standard accordingly. So if I think that goes against the period of stability. And as we read other papers in the pack for this particular meeting, there clearly is some respondents wanting narrow scope amendments to happen, and I don't think we've got that process nailed. So I think they're an interrelated issue, and I want to be strongly supportive of narrow scope amendments and/or updating the LCE standard as and when another standard is issued.
Peter?
Thank you, Tom. And I have a lot of sympathy for the principle. The only struggle I have with it is that we're talking about some very fundamental and public interest standards here, particularly when it comes to fraud and going concern. And so then it becomes I can accept the principle. This period is really short. But that's not going to help, and I don't want fraud considerations for an LCE to be fundamentally different. Now we can talk about how fundamentally different 240 actually is, but if I then turn to 570, where the period that you need to consider will be significantly different between this standard and what 570 will be, that will create confusion in the marketplace. Well, what has the auditor actually applied or not, or there's just not consistency, and so I struggle with it, and I think I can be convinced to sort of think about or accept the principle as long as the period is really short. So we don't want this to be ingrained in, but for an LCE we do this. No, that cannot be the right approach. Thank you.
Hi.
Ido, I see your point. I have a comment. I'm concerned with the suggestion to update the LCE auditing standard on an ongoing basis, because having a stable platform is one of the key issues facing SMPs. That's my issue. I would therefore prefer that a review take place about, for example, once every 5 years to see which developments in the ISA should be undertaken. Given the existence of an LCE auditing standard, the inevitable result will be that ISAs will become increasingly focused on the audits of the financial statements of PIEs, which means that not all changes to the ISAs will be relevant to audits of LCEs. I see your example. My comments also relate to any initial period of stability. Thanks.
Thanks. Isabel?
Yes, a stable platform are always very appealing to the practitioner. But here, and considering the project that we are working on right now, really support what Edo has said, and more particularly on fraud and going concern, keeping in mind that it will have also some consequences on the report. So just by reading the report, a reader of the auditor's report will realize that it's not the same audit because there's not the same paragraph on fraud and going concern. And probably they may believe that not enough has been done or that it's not an audit with the latest development. So for these reasons and for fraud and going concern, I'm really worried if we wait too long. On the other hand, when we say a stable platform, and I've been hearing that in my country many times, people believe that auditing standards change every day. We all know that an auditing standard takes at least 4 years to be developed until it's published, and then there's also an application period. So it's not changing every day. It's really things that people see developing until it comes into the standard. So although stable platform may be very appealing, we have to be very careful not to give the feeling that immediately ISA for LC is outdated. Because if that's the perception, then nobody will want to adopt it.
So without weighing in on a particular side, I think there is some practicalities. Let's walk through this experiment because you're talking about fraud and going concern, which all things, if they go run on track, will have effective dates for 26, right? And that we're going to have a standard here that ends, that's effective in 25. So the other thing is that we have not run an LCE due process yet for those standards. And that since this may attract a new group of stakeholders, we haven't considered the due process considerations for changes in the LCE standard. And so there's a question of, in my mind, a little bit of, would you approve a standard that people are going for first time application in 25 and then effectively maybe have them adopt a new standard in 26 without a clear pathway on due process yet to change that standard? Or I guess maybe, Ida, what you were thinking about is, could a possibility, if we think of these, be maybe we say it's 2 years, the effective date of changes on fraud and going concern, instead of it's 25, it's 27 or 28. Is that like, I'm just trying to work through, because it seems like this is a multi-dimensional issue. If you're asking a whole part of the world to adopt a standard for the first time, in fact, hopefully we may be expanding the tent of people who adopt international standards. Do we immediately want them, for people maybe less prepared to do changes, rush in year one? So like this is sort of the practical dynamics that we'll face here on this topic. I'll invite more things, but I wanted to interject the practicalities of what we're talking about, considering fraud and going concern seems to be the big issues there. We're talking about a 26 effective date, December 26th effective date for those. And we haven't figured out what do we need to do for a due process standpoint yet to flow those changes into the LCA standard. Diane?
Yeah, probably obvious statement here, but we're not going to solve this today. So that's fine. I think this is a really important discussion. I agree with Ado, absolutely, and with Bill, who brought the comment up, which is, we've said all along, an audit in accordance with the LCE is no less than an audit conducted in accordance with the ISAs. They are both designed to achieve reasonable assurance. If we are making changes to ISAs, we're going to have to put a pin in it and say, okay, what does this mean to the LCE standard? It just has to happen. There's no difference in assurance. There's no difference in what this audit means. I think there are some complications as you outline, especially with the current timetable that we're on relative to fraud and going concern, and Ada was spot on. Going concern will probably affect more of these organizations, possibly. And so it will be much more on point. We have to come up, and maybe we just have to figure out who takes the to-do, but we have to work out what are some options and how we're going to deal with this and what would a due process look like? What's a timetable look like? I am a little concerned about saying it's once every 5 years. I actually think it needs to be once a year. And it may be once a year that is a quick review because there wasn't much that happened. And once a year might be a significant review if something happened. But there needs to be, this standard will need to be kept current within reasonable possibility, right? So I just want to support Bill for bringing up the issue. Thank you. And support the other comments on the subject. And then take a to-do to figure out what are some options and come back and discuss it. Thank you.
Yeah, the one thing I would say, though, is we may not have to solve all of the issues today or tomorrow or even by the end of the year. But I do think adopted jurisdictions should have a sense of when the first changes will come.
Yeah, sorry. Transparency is going to be really important. And so we don't want to give any false comfort that here you go, here's your LCE standard, we'll see in 10 years. You know, we need to be really transparent, especially this time where there's very meaningful topics being debated, that this is going to be a living, breathing document. And we're going to, you know, it's going to go through due process, but to be really transparent so that folks don't say, oh, geez, I didn't realize that there was going to be some changes so quickly.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just want to support a lot of the comments that have been made. I think we're creating a new product line here, and I think we have to be mindful that over time, so in the long term, our objective has to be material alignment between the ISAs and this. And whilst there might be an initial, you know, period where there could be maybe a longer period of stability, I think that objective going forward beyond that initial period has to be material alignment, because this is a new product range. This is a brand issue for the standard setter, I think. And so we have to whether practitioners follow the ISA for LCE or they follow the ISAs themselves, they're both designed to deliver the same quality audit. So, and the assurance is reasonable. So I can entertain a sort of something at when this first comes in, we might create a little more flexibility for the timing, but I think going forward, there has to be a process where there's material alignment and it's checked, I think, at least annually by the board. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks. And, you know, I thought that was very helpful, you bringing out these practical considerations, because it wasn't entirely clear to me what the, you know, all these different timing implications, and, you know, on one piece of paper, it would have been nice to see, you know, where's the rubber hitting the road. I certainly don't want to give the impression that this is kind of a moratorium of 5 years and like nothing's happening, and you know, just in 5 years' time we're going to suddenly start on the bus. So I really liked some of Dan and others' suggestions about you know, continuing to move forward to work towards the process and how we are going to keep the standard up to date on and be transparent about how that's going to affect the people that are using the standard. So thank you.
So
when I was working through this, I was very supportive of the concept of a stable platform. The questions were around how long that might be. And I think probably similar to others, thinking about things like the going concern and the fraud project, I did question whether that would potentially shorten that period. But I think the discussion's been really good about being transparent about the intent. We obviously need to kind of develop a process. One reflection I had is that my own experience in the LCE market is that often the reporting timetables are quite a lot more extended in that part of the sector compared to in the public interest market. So there may be less in the way of urgency to address certain things, and there may also be learnings that come out of implementation more broadly. So we might find that we get information on, from field testing or early implementation that may inform the way in which some of these things are then ultimately captured within the LCE timetable. So that probably doesn't answer the question, but it's sort of some reflections. And I probably had quite a lot of questions on how we would actually do that. And that may be not a now discussion, but there were some thoughts in there. And I think if we look at how our process is for developing and particularly finalising some of these standards as we go forward beyond the stable platform piece, we need to be realistic about what's going to be achievable and how we get consistency. Thanks.
Josephine?
Thank you. So notwithstanding, obviously, there's a process, we have to work that out. There's something that the SMP AG reminded us is that not all jurisdictions are going to adopt the standard for LCE audits. So as soon as ISAs are updated and incorporate and those new requirements are incorporated, then you'll have LCE audits being undertaken under ISAs, which will therefore be different in terms of the work effort compared to this standard. And I think that's actually a critical thing to remember in all of this. We do want them, as others have said, to relay the same message in terms of requirements. So from that perspective, we don't really have a choice other than to make sure that the standard is updated as we update the ISAs. And that's also consistent with our current project objective of this, which is that the separate standard includes the requirements for an audit of an LCE based on the core requirements of ISAs, presented in a more understandable and straightforward way. Thank you.
A little bit, that may be true in some jurisdictions though, Josephine, but there are jurisdictions that may be adopting ISA for LCE that use national requirements currently too. So using ISA for LCE, even if they were a lag, would be closer to ISAs than to their existing national requirements. To me, I guess there's a combination of principle and practicality here. It will be really, again, going to my suggested point, it will be really hard to convince certain jurisdictions that this is a standard that they're going to put a lot of effort to adopt and not know what the standard is for the first 2 to 3 years of implementation. So to me, it's like there's an element, which I think people who are concerned about keeping up to date for the ISAs are suggesting is, okay, there may be, I don't know, if 2025 is the effective date, maybe we say we won't have a new change that's effective before 27 or 28. But you would be doing work, including due process, to get people up to that point. And I think that's sort of implicit with what the task force was responding. We wouldn't wait the 5 years and then initiate the process. If I understand what's happening here, is like we'll have an effective date. There will be no new changes effective for some period till after that date, whether it be 26, 27, 28, whatever it be, or it was out here, it could have been read 2030. If I read the suggestion, but there's some, that's why I tried to separate the distinction. And then there's a question about how we update it, which is a practicality going forward in our intentions about updating it. So to me, I first want to say, could people in the period say that there is a period of stability beyond 2025 effective date for the purposes of that first time adoption? So, and then we have to sort of give people a sense of what that is. If we don't do that, then it's really hard to ask jurisdictions to adopt. And that doesn't mean you wouldn't do work and have to go through due process or whatever we determine that is for effectively conforming the LCE standard with ISOs. So general agreement on some period after 25 effective date? Ada?
The principally, I would say no, but I also understand the practical implications. And this is not going anywhere if we want some traction with this. So where I'm from is I could, at the moment it says 2030, it's 5 years out. Well, that's way too long. I could be convinced towards 2027 with a clear communication up front. This is going to change. This is being worked. So keep the changes that are being deliberated in mind, because will come. And that's sort of where I'm sitting now. And that's a compromise against my principle, which I don't often do that.
We appreciate it.
Fernanda?
Thank you, Tom. And just adding a little bit to what Edo is saying, we need to think that once we approve here, there are a lot of things that happen outside. There's training, there's material, there's changes even to software. We don't even know what the smaller firms will do in terms of adopting. And if we just let them know with a short notice that things or changes will be coming soon, there's not really time for them to react. So I also encourage everyone to think that we need time to decide the changes, we need time to approve them, but we need time as well from the users to explore what that means for them.
So, Fernanda, question from a practical standpoint. Do you think that a period, say, of 2 years where there's promise of no change from the approved ISO for LC is enough? Not?
It's a tough call. I would say maybe my first reaction is yes, but I don't really know what happens in different jurisdictions and different countries. Some of them may react quicker, others may have an internal, also national due process. So this is the first time we're gonna see a new standard coming into effect outside. There's gotta be some process to really know what worked and what is not working. And probably with the first round of changes, it's also making some adjustments to the requirements because things were not really happening the way we discuss them on the table. This is very theoretical, what we have here. Practice is different.
Personally, I think 2 years is going to be a little tight. I would prefer, my suggestion would be 2028 would be a decent compromise here. But I'm open to further suggestions. So Bill and Julie.
I sense your pushback, Tom, and I'm trying to go with Edo and find a compromise, but I simply can't. We're talking about public interest issues, which we've already spent 2 or 3 years debating to get to an evidence standard or a going concern, a fraud standard or a going concern standard. And now you're talking 2028 and it seems to me we aren't reacting to public interest issues with sufficient urgency. So that's probably taking it along the spectrum a long way back. But I just think that we have to maintain, as Greg said, we have to maintain the LCE standard with consistent with the ISOs.
Julie?
Appreciate that the task force came with 5 years and maybe that's a little long, but I think I'm with you, Tom, around at least 3. And I think this is slightly different than, and it builds on Fernando's point, this is a little bit different than just potentially a revision to one ISA, which sometimes even takes 1 to 2 years to actually do a quality implementation. So I'm a little bit concerned if we cut it too short, there'll be a view that that's just not enough time to train, implement, potentially supplement in jurisdictions, translate in jurisdictions. I think this could end up being a methodology. Well, it should be a methodology to do an entire audit, not just a revision to one ISA. So I'm a little bit I'm on the fence of 3 and maybe more, but I think in my mind 3 is probably the minimum.
Warren?
Yeah. So I tend to agree with you, Tom, and with Fernando on this one. The way I understand this document is that it's been written to help us deal with the audit of less complex entities. That's obvious. And it's most likely going to be applied by small and medium-sized practitioners who are probably not going to have a huge volume of resources available to develop all of the complex, detailed methodologies that are required to actually apply the standard practically. So I tend to support a later effective date to give them an opportunity to internalize what the standard requires, give them an opportunity to put the detailed processes in place, and that would go hand in hand with the period of stability during which no changes will be made to the standard, irrespective of developments taking place at the ISA level. Now, I support Josephine's view about, if there's been a change in terms of the fraud project, that should lead to a change in the LCE standard. But then it undermines the argument that this is supposed to be a self-standing document. But if we are going to the marketplace and saying a change to the ISA automatically results in a change to the LCE standard, then in substance, these are not separate documents. The one is really just a summary of the full suite of ISA standards, which with due respects then begs the question, so why did you write it? So there should be a clear differentiation between the two. At a conceptual level, we've never really defined what reasonable assurance is. We don't have a formula that says reasonable assurance is A plus B plus C. So we're saying that therefore reasonable assurance, undefined and unmeasurable, there may be different paths to get to reasonable assurance, even if 2 standards are not identical. So I can't remember who said it, but you could end up with a person in a particular jurisdiction that uses ISA plus some type of national standard set of requirements, but still claims that their audit is conducted in terms of the ISA and provides a reasonable level of assurance. I think the same is true in the UK, where there are modified ISAs. So if it's ISA plus the modification, does that mean that the UK provides extra reasonable assurance? Suppose just reasonable assurance? Probably not. We still say that there are reasonable assurance engagements. On the point of it's in the public interest, I empathize with that view, I do. However, I think that most of the public interest concerns are specific to the public interest entities. And the further on the scale you get for those public interest entities, the less likely you are to be using the LCE standard anyway. So yes, there is a public interest issue, but that public interest issue is not homogeneous across all entities. And again, comes back to the whole point of if the public interest concern is homogeneous across all entities, then there should not be an ISA for LCE. There should only be an ISA standard with scalability requirements. And then we're back at the starting point. So in my view, a longer effective date with the period of stability is perfectly reasonable and a practical solution.
Sure.
I just wanted to come back on something that Julie mentioned and Warren, you talking about the methodology changes and the firms having to make that kind of change. And my reflection was that a lot of small practitioners who are operating this kind of space are not developing their own methodologies. They are buying commercial products, and so that probably ought to bear on our thinking, because those commercial product providers are probably going through the updating exercise in any event because of the change to to the wider suite of ISAs. So maybe that's something for our thinking and perhaps supports thinking of a slightly shorter period than we might otherwise have reflected on.
The other thing we should consider is that not every jurisdiction will be adopting the standard in 2020 for 2025 application. And that is another practical concern. Look, there's no conceptually pure approach to this. I think when we started this process, the goal was to reduce fragmentation as a big key public interest matter. And when we thought about the balance between perception and quality, this is why we've talked so much about the authority and the scope of the standard and the proportionality that would be derived from it. But there are practicalities here in first-time application and jurisdictions, many of which will be bringing more people into an ISA world, that I expect the amounts of people, entities whose audits are touched by us to increase over time as a result of this. And I do think that we have a general commitment to keep the standards updated. It's just at the first instance, by when? And can this world live as people are adopting this new ISA for LCE for a period of time to go beyond that? And so to me, I think the question is, most people aren't objected to some period of stability. The question is can we live with a period as a board of 3 or more or less? And I think we should get a sense right now from the board, who could live with a period of stability for effective dates. Let's start with 2028, which is in the 2030 that was proposed, but 2028 as a reasonable position, with the understanding that work would be underway up to that point, and people would know what changes were going up, what changes on fraud and going concern were going to actually take effect on 2028 at that period. So can people live with that, support that solution? If by show of hands, including task force members? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, I think 13. Okay. Now, for those who don't agree with it, is this, I'll give you an opportunity to speak. Is anyone saying that it should be more? Okay. Anyone objected to any period whatsoever beyond 2025? So we're really talking about 1 or 2 years for the people that object? Okay, with all fairness, I think we're going to stick to 2028 unless this is a fatal flaw issue and people want to put it on the record. If task force feel like they have enough guidance on that. Okay, next question was about early adoption. Do people support this early adoption of future revision? But
yeah, early adoption was we discussed together with the effective date in the paper, and from the ED there was general support for an early adoption, and to help the jurisdictions that has the urgency and may use an alternative standard today, that they could start using this early.
Okay, I was confused by future revisions, but early adoption, do people support the permission to have early adoption? Okay. So the implementation supported guidance, our implementation program, just remind people very quickly about what you'd like some feedback on.
Yeah, I guess whether there are additional activities that should be done, or if any of the activities or documents that we have suggested should not be done. So.
Any further comments on that? Okay, one of the things left over from that discussion on B is that clearly we have to do some work and think about the practicalities. So I think right after we get this exposure the final standard in order, maybe the task force could help us think through some of the practicalities on due process, support, how this would all look, particularly if we're going to have standard revisions to the standard ready by 2028, and that people will know long enough time in advance.
Yeah, we will do that, and then also try to add in a timeline to see how this would add up together with the effective with the expected effective dates of the current projects running, so that we can have a better overview of that.
That'd be helpful, I think. Okay, back to you.
Thank you. I think then we can flip to the next slide, which is anything else that we need to consider. Is there anything else that the board wants us to consider as we move forward?
Okay. That means people feel comfortable about where we landed, that they know that some of the issues where the task force has said that they would come back to, will come back tomorrow, right? And then the assumption is that we'll be on a pathway for an approval document to be received Wednesday for approval on Thursday. Okay, people are happy with this? Anyone want to come in? I was going to turn to you next. Okay, Janine.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Yes, thanks, Tom. Yeah, I like to make a few comments. Maybe I could have done it also earlier, but I was very interested in hearing the board's deliberations first. The main discussion that we just had about whether or not a period of stability after the effective date would be needed or is good to have, and how to keep the standard up to date is, of course, actually the main discussion for this morning, for me at least, from a public interest perspective. But the feeling I have, because I heard a lot of pros and cons, and it's not so easy because there are a lot of pros and cons, and that's also what I heard. The only thing that triggers me is that I was thinking, yeah, and maybe that's what you mean, Tom, by the practicalities that need to be worked out, but is there sufficient overview of any unintended consequences of this decision here this morning? It's just something that crossed my mind. And because, for instance, LCEs in certain countries, jurisdictions, I was thinking there are also audit regulators maybe that have oversight mandates on LCEs. And they, with these differences that will emerge between this standard and the regular full suite of ISA's audits, have we sufficiently discussed or thought about any unintended consequence? That's was my thinking. So I leave that up for the task force to further consider. And from we as PIOB, there was and that was at least what I understood from my colleague that observed the former meeting, and that related to the determination of when it's appropriate to use a component auditor. And that was raised as a challenge by many respondents to the ED. And there were differing interpretations and lack of guidance. Well, there is in the authority, supplemental authority, there will be guidance on this. But then it was, what I understood, decided to put some more guidance in the standard itself. And we were not sure whether that happened. I couldn't see it. I just wanted to flag that because it's an important topic, I think. not only for those that jurisdictions that implement the standard or adopt the standard, I should say, in their jurisdiction, but also for the auditors to have that very clear when they can use component auditors or not. And then a last thing that's about, we were reading also, of course, the feedback received. Oh yeah, sorry, no, I keep that for, that's about the exposure, the topic that we haven't discussed yet. So I leave it here.
If I remember, the discussion on added feedback was as if we were departing from where we stood as a board, but I thought we were pretty clear about when component auditors could be used. It's it was a very narrow permission, and in that case, I believe the task force and now the board has determined that no further explanation is needed because of the narrowness of the permission. Just from a contextual standpoint, there was some discussion about different possibilities, and that's where the guidance question came up as an earlier discussion. Okay. Jim, any perspective from CAG?
I was looking at my notes and reflecting on our meeting last week, and I didn't have any specific guidance from the CAG. Obviously, there's the recognition that you're going to have to keep the LCE standard up to date, and that was one of the points. But there wasn't much in terms of the timing at the detailed level that you're having right now on the discussion. But it was the fact that it needs to be kept up to date was a concern brought by the CAG. So I don't have any additional thoughts beyond that at this point.
Okay. Kai, would you like to wrap it up?
No, I think good input from the board. As we said earlier, a couple of things that we'll bring back. Other than that, happy for the input, and we will meet as a task force later today and discuss and finalize the effort. So looking forward for Thursday.
Okay. So we've concluded the LCE. I'm wary of starting fraud. We would need some time to set up, and then it would be about 20 minutes before, 10 minutes, 15 minutes before lunch break. So would it be a good time to break now, and let's just reconvene as normally scheduled at 1:30 and stay on time for this afternoon? Does that make sense? Great. Okay, we're going to reconvene at 1:30. We have a little bit extra time for lunch. Great job to the LCE. Great discussion. And we'll see you shortly.
It's working fine.
It's the 5-minute warning. Okay. Okay. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. And we're gonna go back to business. We had fraud scheduled for this afternoon. We'll see how much progress we make on this. And if we're ahead of schedule, we'll consider bringing audit evidence forward. If not, we're on schedule and we'll be in really good shape. Julie, I'm gonna turn it over to you. We have a full draft standard in front of us, reflecting comments and feedback. at the last board meeting, and I congratulate the task force for the great progress that's been made. So over to you, Julie.
Thank you. And I will say I offered to Kai that maybe he wants to facilitate this session because it went so well with LCE this morning, but he didn't take me up on the offer. But he did offer me his Viking ship, but I thought maybe that's bad luck if you're not a Viking and you have a Viking ship. But anyway, he's got it out in case we need it. So as Tom mentioned, we are here to talk about the fraud standard again. This would be our second chance to look at the standard in its complete state. This slide is probably missing a couple of names because we have on there myself, Jasper, who's joined us again on a more full-time basis. Angelo Hankin for sure was a big part of the work of this, and also TK contributed as well. So just want to make sure we don't miss anybody there. Now go to the next slide. We met with the CAG last week. I feel like we missed one. Can you try going back one? Okay. My slides are different. We met with the CAG last week. This was our second time to meet with them. We did meet with them in March, which was a little preview in March because we weren't coming to the board in March with the fraud standard, but we did meet with them last week. And this is I'll just run through the summary of what we heard, and Jim, I'll turn it over to you when I'm done so you can reflect on what I said or add anything that I've missed. One of the topics that came up was around risk assessment and making sure that the auditor is thinking about risk assessment throughout the entire audit. We think we've touched on that as we've gone through our drafting, but that was one of the things the CAG member brought up in our discussions. As expected, the content around fraud and suspected fraud, we had a good discussion about that. Making sure that one of the members thought that we wanted to be very clear that when you're communicating with those at the entity and also with those charged with governance, that you're thinking about the appropriate person to be having those discussions with, and that you're not immediately going to management who may or may not be involved in the fraud or may not be tipped off to what the auditor is going to discuss. And interesting discussion at the meeting there last week around, have we thought broader, I guess, about what a misstatement due to fraud might be in an entity, thinking outside of the box a little bit, maybe from what a typical auditor would think about, but thinking about regulatory action or litigation or other reputational risks that might occur. We also had a discussion around the auditor's report and having CAMs that are matters related to fraud, as well as having a statement in the auditor's report if you didn't have a CAM on matters related to fraud, whether that might incur some legal liability, and thinking about that. And also the potential that the auditor might be disclosing information that's not disclosed elsewhere. And then just some other topics that we talked about. Scalability came up. So we talked about the fact that the task force has spent time making sure the standard is principles based, but of course we need to consider scalability in all of our standards. The topic of journal entries came up, Diane, your favorite, and really a question around the requirement that we now have in our proposals around the completeness aspect, and if we really meant that word all in the requirement, and we had a discussion around that, and fair points that were brought up around, in a really complex entity, that might be quite a task to get your arms around all the journal entries, but I did reiterate that was our intention in that requirement. And then interestingly enough, the title of one of our slides was about changing auditor behavior, and that's one of the slides we've been using many, many times in presentations, but it was just a question as, have we considered the impact of our changes and how that will change auditors' behavior? So with that, Jim, I'll pause and see if you have anything to add.
Thanks, Julian. You knew we couldn't have a discussion without mentioning journal entries, but I thought we did get a investor's point of view on the fraud, which is probably different than typically thought of by the auditors. And you did cover that, and you did cover all the key topics we had. The one I think we had some of the most discussion was in terms of the key audit matters and the no cams related to fraud in that statement. So it'll be interesting to see what the discussion is at the board level here today. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. And I've been informed that my slides are just in a different order than these, so we'll keep on going. The next slide, please. So this was a slide I was expecting before the CAG slide. This is a picture of our task force meeting that we had in Lisbon in July. We had a great and very fruitful meeting in July. And you can see us there in the picture and applying the fraud lens. Jasper just couldn't stay away from this topic, could you? So, despite the fact that he wasn't in Lisbon, we've added him into the picture, and on an ongoing basis, he will be a key part of our team. Next slide, please. Coordination. We did the majority, I would say, of our coordination with IAASB pre-June meeting, but we have had a chance to go back to the IAASB staff and key members to talk about the outcome of the June meeting and to really close the loop with them on any outstanding matters we had. We will do that again if there's anything that results out of this meeting that we need to loop back with them on. But so that's largely where we are at with the IAASB coordination at the moment. Again, we've done quite a number of coordination efforts with the other task forces pre-June, but in this quarter we had some interactions with the audit evidence group as they were preparing for their meeting in Amsterdam most recently. So we had some initial discussions with them, understanding that they're still at early stages as to what they're hearing, but we had that, and we had the input from the professional skepticism consultation group that we've taken into account in our drafting. I would also say that we've had the CUSP review done, so maybe a little advanced because we're doing this pre-exposure draft, but we had that CUSP review done, so we've also taken into account what we learned back from the CUSP review. Next slide. So again, I mentioned this slide. This you should see this as a familiar slide. We are using this quite often to drive home the key points. Really, the only thing there is just we've added some additional words around professional skepticism and audit documentation, but this should also look familiar to you as to the layout of our issues paper and how we're targeting our messages. Really still focusing on professional skepticism and audit documentation, which I expect will come up as topics on our discussion today. The auditor's responsibilities, focusing in on those communications throughout the audit with management and those charged with governance. And in fact, that came up at the CAG meeting last week as being an important point. Applying the fraud lens on risk identification and assessment, that work effort around fraud and suspected fraud, and of course, transparency in reporting key audit matters related to fraud. So with that, I thought it would be useful just to do a really high-level summary on a couple of the key deliberations that we had as part of our task force meetings since June. I know you all got this in your papers, but this was just to hone in on a few of the key deliberations that we had, just to give you some flavor as to the discussion and the background. So as it relates to the introduction, we did want to ensure that we were clear when we said fraud or suspected fraud identified by the auditor. So we've added words to paragraph 7 and a few other places within the standard to actually say, this is what we mean by that statement. So it's not just fraud that is identified by the auditor solely, it's also fraud that's come to the auditor's attention via other mechanisms. But at the end of the day, the auditor is the one that has to respond to that. And so we've tried to make it clear in the standard that that's what we're talking about, all of that category. So it's so that was a change to the introduction. We linked up in a couple of places the non-compliance with laws and regulations point. That was a key item in our project proposal. It's also come to light in some other standard setters standards most recently about that point. And so in paragraph, I think it's 13 specifically, and a few other places within the application material, we've drawn that link and made it more closely connected. We haven't tried to repeat anything that's in ISA 250, but we're trying to make the connection between the two concepts. Under professional skepticism, we have deleted an application material paragraph there, which was, the task force felt really maybe would be detrimental to an auditor thinking about an audit each time with a fresh set of eyes. I know that might generate some conversation today, but we thought that the requirement in paragraph 18 and some redrafting in one of the application materials together got our message across around professional skepticism, and that paragraph was no longer needed because it could lead to unintended consequences with someone thinking, well, as Diane puts it, they're, this is just a good guy. Like, I've known him for a long time. He wouldn't commit fraud. So we've removed that. But again, I've seen a few offline comments from some, so we may have a discussion about that at some point today. On authenticity, this was another one that we had an initial discussion with the Audit Evidence Task Force on. We've also done some work there on proposing to remove not only content within proposed ISA 240, but a consequential amendment to 200, which would remove those words with respect to accepting records as genuine unless you have indications otherwise. So that was a key discussion at the Fraud Task Force and a change that we made. In the risk identification and assessment, not a whole lot of change there you would have seen, because that was a section that was worked on quite a bit earlier. But we did get feedback at the June meeting that in some places we had repetition from some of the other standards. So the task force made an effort to go back through all of those sections where we were referring out to other ISAs and make sure that to the extent that it was really just a copy, we challenged that, and we made sure that there was a fraud lens on those requirements as well. And then in the control activities component, we did add a new requirement there, which I assume we'll get to when we work our way through the standard. On the next slide. Fraud and suspected fraud. If you think back to June, we had a requirement in that section that asked the auditor to reconsider their risk assessment and determine whether they needed to make any edits to that risk assessment. We've also then sort of closed the loop on the fact that you also would need to design, or you might need to design further audit procedures to respond to that changing in your risk assessment, or you might need to respond just more generally. So we've added a new sub-bullet there to remind the auditor that they need to think about the requirements in 330 as well. We did emphasize the importance of inquiring with management and those charged with governance when you're in this fraud or suspected fraud category, and the fact that we're requiring the auditor to gather information about the entity's process to investigate. And then there is a requirement in Extent 240 around whether or not a misstatement might be indicative of fraud. Felt that was better placed in 450, where you're evaluating misstatements. And so we're proposing a move of that requirement over to 450 as a result of this project. And then the last few were really challenges that we put to the task force to make sure that we are confirmed in our position on a few items. So we have a requirement a little bit earlier in the standard around maintaining that. So it's an overarching requirement to continue to have those communications with management and those charged with governance at appropriate times. So we've kept that requirement, but this was just a discussion we had at the task force to confirm that was all, we were all in agreement, as well as the filtering mechanism for CAM. We did get some comments back in June, so we just had a discussion there to ensure that we were all on the same page still on that point. And then again, on the audit documentation, you would have not seen a lot of change there. We tweaked some things based on what we got back from the comments in June, but as I said, not a lot of change in those sections. So as a summary, that's some of the key deliberations we had since the June meeting. So with that, Tom, I think we're ready to jump in to the standard. I'm going to suggest we try the first slide all together, but we can maybe see how it goes. And I don't have the slide up there yet, but it would be 1 through 17 and A1 to A22A.
Okay, We're gonna try paragraphs 1 through 17 with the related application material. Takes you up to the beginning of page 17 of the agenda item 3A. Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. And Julie, just a comment that we were discussing before we restarted the meeting. The definition of the fraud risk factors, which include incentives, pressure, and opportunities, but I notice it's not really including attitudes and rationalization, which is mentioned in application material and the appendices. And I wasn't really sure if probably there's a need just to rethink about that definition. I don't think that in practice it really changes what we do, but just to like tie all the content of the rest of the paragraphs with the definition. Keeping in mind that probably making a change brings unintended consequences, and probably it's not something that we want to do at this stage, but just for your consideration.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. Glad I'm not sitting next to Ado anymore, who would stop me from the niceties. But because Julie, I want to say that the task force did an amazing job, task force and staff, in considering all of the comments that were sent in, because I imagine that's a Herculean effort when people send in something like 92 comments after the last meeting. Anyway, we did send in a few offline that are edits, and a few of them I will raise here in paragraph 6 to better articulate that the auditor is concerned with fraud that causes a materially misstatement of the financial statement, because as drafted, I don't believe that that's clear. So I will read it out loud, but then I've already sent it in so you know where the changes are. Although fraud is a broad legal concept for the purposes of the IAASB, the auditor is primarily concerned with fraud that causes a material misstatement of the financial statements. Although the auditor may identify fraud or suspected fraud as defined by this IAASB, the auditor does not make legal determinations of whether fraud has actually occurred. So we just thought that would make that more precise. In paragraph 7, like the adds of allegations of fraud that come to the auditor's attention, but I still thought it was a little bit confusing. So I thought we could just shorten it to say the auditor may, as it is, the auditor may identify fraud or suspected fraud when performing audit procedures in accordance with the IAASB. Suspected fraud includes allegations of fraud that come to the auditor's attention during the course of the audit. We just thought that was more direct. And then I have 2 other comments, one on paragraph 13. We like the added content. Again, clarification would be helpful to clarify whether the fraud referred to in the new content relates to actual fraud that has been investigated and determined through legal channels to be fraud, or is it intended to include identified fraud or suspected fraud as is discussed in 240. It seems that although those frauds are investigated and determined to be fraud, would constitute an instance of no CLAR. So also, in addition, would third-party fraud be considered no CLAR? And if not, should it be clear that it's not included? And then some changes to A17, which I believe is for paragraph 13. Just a suggestion in movement, move paragraph A19 to come before A17 so that the application material first talks about ISA 250 to strengthen the link to no CLAR before talking about corruption, bribery, and money laundering, which may not be frauds, but are no CLAR. This would also serve to avoid confusion between what is a fraud and what is no CLAR. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chumley?
Thanks, Tom. And thanks to Julia and task force and stuff. So just, as always, when we get a new piece of the draft, we go back and look at the comments that were raised before, and just want to say that a lot of the comments that we raised were addressed. So thank you for being very responsive. There's some big question that we raised the last round about the repeating what is in the other standards and in here, and I can see improvement in this draft. It is still not quite there yet, and I'm just trying to think through and see what we can do to suggest how we can put it into a better place. But it's something which I think we need to all work through. I had some conversation with some of the other board members. I think some of them had good suggestions, so be keen to see how we can work that through. I think the draft that we have right now is an improvement definitely from the last version, but there is still quite a bit of repetition from the overall ISA, which as we all know should be looked at as a whole suite of standard. So that is something which I think we may need to revisit at some point. But just in terms of specific comments, I have quite few specific comments, and I'll raise them, some of them right now. A13, and I'm sorry, this is a repeat from the last round. I still think that when we talk about professional skepticism and RSQM1 in the context of resource planning, I think sufficient time is a very critical element. And I would still urge the task force to look at how we can maybe call it out in A13B. And the other point I want to just raise here is on A17. I'm slightly confused by the explanation that corruption, bribery, and money laundering, it may be inappropriate to suggest that they are fraudulent in nature. I can't see how these can be considered non-fraudulent. So maybe some bit of education that I need to go through myself. But I have some problem with the use of as with fraud, and it seems to suggest that these are not fraudulent. And I'm a little bit confused by that rationale. Yeah, that's all for now. Thanks.
Sheila?
Thank you. Thanks, Julie and the task force. And I particularly want to thank you for the call that we had regarding audit evidence and the overlap with fraud. And I think that was really, really helpful for all of us. In terms of maybe kind of general comments, I appreciate all the work that's gone in here. Overall, there's still an awful lot of material here. And I think we probably still need to keep challenging ourselves as to whether everything is necessary to just sort of manage the volume. I do have some suggestions, which I will send offline. So apologies, I haven't got them to you yet. For this section, I've probably got three areas to comment on. The first is, it starts in A6. It's to do with the third-party fraud, and I support the inclusion of that. But as we were working through, as it flows into the actions, of course, the auditor's ability to detect third-party fraud or to be able to identify incentives or pressure or rationalize the fraud triangle and so on is different perhaps to the ability to do that in relation to fraud that is coming from the entity. So I think perhaps a little reflection on where there might be similarities, but also where there might be differences in different actions. And that flows through into A20, which is, there's thoughts about the ability to detect third-party fraud. And then when we come through into 29 and the application material there later. So I think that piece on third-party fraud, I think we maybe just need to work through a little bit. The second point is on paragraph 7, where there's a sentence that's been edited which picks up this piece of allegations of fraud, and it talks about suspected fraud may also be identified when allegations of fraud come to the auditor's attention. I think from what you were saying, allegations of fraud are suspected fraud. So I'd suggest that that should be changed to is rather than may, and that would then make it consistent with the application material there in A7. And then the final point is I appreciate the efforts to try and reduce the repetition. I think there are still quite a few instances where there are introductory paragraphs that are probably not adding anything from a fraud lens. And the first example of that I've got is A13, where it's simply quoting what ISQN1 is doing. And I question whether we need those. And that point, I think, crops up in a number of places. And as I say, I'll send those through. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai.
Thanks, Tom, and Julie, thanks for the presentation, which has been very helpful, and also thanks to task force and staff. Before I start with my detailed comments, I have one general comment. It's my view that due to the draft PCAOB auditing standard on non-compliance with laws and regulations, many stakeholders have become much more sensitized to the distinction between fraud and other non-compliance with laws and regulations. So I agree that fraud is an instance of non-compliance with laws and regulations. But in my view, it is important to keep the distinction between fraud and other instances of non-compliance, so that either 240 deals with risk of material misstatements due to fraud, and ISA 250 deals with risk and material statements due to other non-compliance. Some of the changes to draft ISA 240 and some of the examples conflate fraud with other non-compliance and to when each standard applies. Furthermore, the focus on fraud in ISA 240 must, in my view, remain on risks of material misstatement due to fraud and actual misstatements due to fraud, not fraud without such impacts. I will address this issue in a number of places in the draft and in my offline comments. So I have two further comments in this area. Give me such a second. First, I can start with a comment to A12. Sorry, referring to A12. As I mentioned in the previous meeting, the discussion on inherent limitation in paragraph 10 lacks application material that points to real inherent limitation of an audit that cannot be overcome and that need to be addressed in the standard. Such inherent limitations include, I have 3 examples. Management has the documents and records under its control and can therefore choose to conceal documents and records from the auditor without the auditor becoming aware of such concealment. Second example, auditors generally do not have legal powers to search for and seize documents from within the entity, from other entities, or from individuals. And the third example, auditors generally do not have the legal powers to forcibly interrogate individuals within the entity or from outside the entity under oath or otherwise. Not addressing that these inherent limitations exist leaves a false impression about what the inherent limitations of audit are, increases, in my view, the expectations gap, and is therefore not in the public interest. I would like to ask why the task force choose not to address this limitation. Maybe we can discuss this a little bit later. And my last comment refers to paragraph A15, or it's, sorry, paragraph 13, sorry, and it's referring also to A15. While the addition to the first sentence of paragraph 13, that fraud is an instance of non-compliance with laws and regulation, is true, there needs to be a clear statement that ISA 240 applies to the auditor's responsibilities regarding fraud and not regarding fraud, sorry, that needs to be a clear statement that ISA 240 applies to auditors' responsibility regarding fraud and not ISA 250 in addition to that, because otherwise auditors would need to apply both standards at the same time, which would lead to duplication of work effort. That has been my 3 comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Kai. Isabel?
Yes, thank you, and thanks to the task force. A point on A10, I agree what we are trying to do to say that allegation of frauds are treated in this standard as suspected fraud. But in this paragraph, we had allegation of fraud by another party. So what's this another party? Another party than the auditor, another party than management, another part. It's a little bit confusing on what we mean, and we don't have by another party in the corresponding requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Edo?
Thank you, Tom. I'll just dive right in. And I'm just noting some of the comments that I think Cheng-Wei made and Sue as well. So I also made comments about some of the repetitions that I found in here, and I fully appreciate that the task force, based on your schedule or your graph that you have on screen, you want to do something in respect to the risk identification. But there's now 20 pages added to the standards with maybe some clarification how requirements need to be sort of interpreted. But there's only so much that is actually incremental and is the specific fraud lens on this is what you now need to do extra. A lot of it should already be done. And if the purpose is that auditors are not aware of this and they need to be educated on this, I can accept that. But there is a fair bit of repetition in there, and I'm curious to what extent the COSP looked at their own principle, whether this has an impact on the work effort when you are repeating requirements of another standard. And I'll bring a couple of examples to the table. I'm not going to do them all. That maybe as an overarching comment, I largely agree with the direction where the task force is heading. So in that sense, there's nothing of fundamental nature that troubles me, but there's still some cleanup to do in respect to the text. There is and this is some from my outreach in the Netherlands, which is where fraud is a particularly popular topic for discussion, particularly when it comes to auditors. And it made me think to what extent we may need something in the introduction and why the auditor focuses on fraud. You have something in there in respect of the key audit matters, and when you discuss the interest of users of financial statements. And I was wondering if some of that could actually be brought into the introduction, because I think that adds value to the reason why we're having the standard and why we're updating it. Let's see. Scroll down. This is a comment I made before, and I'll make it again. Well, we continue speaking of the auditor may identify, where in actual fact, it is most often not the auditor that identifies, but it comes to the auditor's attention because management, whistleblowers are much larger sources of frauds within the entity that the auditor needs to deal with. So I'm still not entirely on board that we need to use identify. I think it's taking too much credit for what happens in actual fact, and I would probably suggest you use something that becomes aware of or comes to the auditor attention, something like that. Maybe something you use in later on, I think in 810 or so. I agreed with quite a lot of the comments that Wendy made in respect of the terminology. So I think, and I'll forward all my comments offline as well, and I may even note in a couple of areas that I agree with Wendy's comments because they struck a chord. Then in respect of, and I guess this is a bit of an area where there's some duplication or unnecessary repetition. I was wondering whether paragraph 12b is needed. And I think you can, if you want to keep A13 and A14, which debatable, but you can also hang that off paragraph 12. And that's all the way through to definitions, isn't it? Yes. I know I made comments in respect of the examples under A17, and I'm glad with the update of the first example. But I still think that the second two, or the following two examples are unrealistic and hardly real life. So I've provided some examples last time around, and wouldn't mind if you would take a look at them again. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I'm conscious the task force probably doesn't need any more comments on this part, but I just want to pick up on one of Ado's points about when the auditor identifies fraud or suspected fraud. And I agree with him. I think the plain English meaning of that is quite different to what we're trying to stretch it to mean in this standard. And I just wonder if the wording in 16C might be a more neutral sort of wording. So in the objectives, we talk about responding appropriately to fraud or suspected fraud identified during the audit, which feels more neutral. It doesn't necessarily matter who's identified it, but it's come to the attention of the auditor. So just a potential solution, because that phrase of identified by the auditor or the auditor identifies does appear quite a few times throughout. So, yep.
Anyone else on these paragraphs? Julie?
Okay. Where to start? So Wendy, I think we got some of your comments, so we'll take a look at those. I think you mentioned 6 and 7 when you started off. I believe we were intending the same thing as your wording. So we'll take a look at what you sent, and to the extent we can obviously make things clear, we'll take that under consideration. But I didn't gather from your comments that you were opposed to what we had. Maybe you were just suggesting some clarity in the wording. Okay. Quite a bit of comments around the NOCLAR piece. So in our project proposal, you will remember that we had an item that was in our project proposal that dealt with the relationship and the linkage between ISA 240 and ISA 250, because it was deemed to be an unclear relationship. And that was one of the things we set out to fix. So I'll just read you the words. More clarity is needed if a fraud is identified or suspected, whether the auditor is performing procedures to comply with ISA 240 or 250 revised. The relationship between ISA 240 and other ISAs should be clarified to promote an integrated risk-based approach with respect to fraud. So what we have in paragraph 13, we felt as a task force really hit the mark, because what that is without repeating what's in 250, we are drawing the linkage between 240 and 250. So what we thought was an appropriate response to that item in our project proposal. And the idea is that not all NOCLAR is fraud, and we've called that out, and that's why you go to 250 when you're dealing with NOCLAR. So while we do have a few examples that we've added to try to demonstrate that point, and surely the task force can go back and take a look at those examples. And if we've missed the mark in some way and we've made it unclear, that's fine. But that was the intention with the piece around NOCLAR. So I don't think the task force felt we'd gone further than what we had been asked to do in the project proposal. On the repetition piece, we did look at all of that. In some cases, there are application material paragraphs that were key, and again, items within our project proposal to address that relate to some of those requirements in some of those sections. We've taken another hard look at it to the extent that there are suggestions from others. You know, you mentioned you might send those through. We'll take a look. But in some cases, we did have those requirements there to draw attention to the fraud lens on what is in particular 315 from a risk assessment. And that was one of the key principles that we were tasked with as part of this project. So again, open to suggestions, but rest assured, we did look at all your comments from before. On third-party fraud, that is included in the definition for some time. It's in extent 240 today. So we weren't intending to change the obligations of the auditor with respect to third-party fraud. We did add some examples that I've heard through some offline comments might have generated some discussion, but our intention was never to change the auditor's responsibility with respect to third-party fraud. So I'm happy to take any comments offline if you think there's tweaking to words that we could do there, but that wasn't in our intention to change the overall responsibilities of the auditor. Just making sure. Kayuve, you mentioned the inherent limitations. We treaded fairly carefully in this area because one of our key principles was around ensuring that we were clear about what the auditor's responsibilities were. And so you remember we changed up the ordering of a number of those paragraphs in the introduction. And we've tried to create a balance and not over, go one way versus the other. So appreciate your comments, but I think unless, Tom, we hear from others that we want to add more content back in on that topic, I think that the task force was pretty comfortable where we landed on the auditor's responsibilities and making sure we were clear what the auditor can do as opposed to what they can't do. But we haven't removed the inherent limitations because that is inherent, and we do still have that content in the standard. I think that was the majority of the comments. Of course, if there's offline comments that we haven't yet received as a task force, we're happy to take those and reflect on those as a task force.
Any reactions, reflections? Okay, I think we go to the next section.
Should I press my luck and try to do this all at once? Do you want to give it a try? Okay, so the next section is a number of topics from professional skepticism through to the ongoing nature of communications with management and those charged with governance. So we're looking at paragraphs 18 to 25 in the requirements and A23 to A44 in the application material.
Okay. Eric.
Thanks, Tom. And Julie, is this the first time I'm speaking? I just wanted to thank the task force and staff for all the work you've been doing to address comments that we previously raised, and also from the professional skepticism consultation group. I also plan to send offline some comments that we have got of a more detailed nature. My question or comment is really around paragraph 19, which talks about the requirement for the auditor to investigate further. And we've had a lot of discussion about what does that mean? What is the objective of the auditor in investigating further? What's the kind of outcome that we're expecting from the standard in terms of those words? I recognize that it's from, that is an extent, but we think it would be helpful to clarify more specifically what you're looking for here. It comes home a bit when we get into A28A, where it talks about some potential audit procedures to investigate further. And some of them are quite specific in terms of confirming directly with the third party or evaluating the document's authenticity, for example. But one of them is just discussing concerns, and I'm not sure what we mean by concerns here, or whether we're really talking about conditions. But there must be a purpose to these procedures, and it's just not clear to us in some cases what the real expectation of the work effort is with respect to paragraph 19 and the related application material that goes with it. And we're just going up to 25, so that's all I want to talk about at this point. Thanks.
Sue?
Thank you. I'm also going to start on paragraph 19, Julian, and in the outreach and preparation, there were sort of questions around the practical and I think particularly the documentation implications of this paragraph, combined with the proposed removal of the phrase accepting documents as genuine, paraphrase from ISA 200. I understand the desire to not have something in that looks, or that could be read as being sort of unduly soft. But I think leaving this standing on its own, I mean, previously it was more of a conditional requirement, but this, as it stands now, there were questions around what expectation does this create in relation to sort of each individual document that the auditor looks at, and what would be the documentation expectation around if the condition didn't exist. So my suggestion would be to look at potentially maybe application material or something around the documentation expectations. I had a couple of probably slightly smaller points. On A25, the second bullet references information being more easily accessible. I think it probably ought to be information to be used as audit evidence in any event, but it reads to me as though that's sort of describing the auditor taking the easy route, and I think we could tweak the drafting, and I've got a suggestion I can send through to make it clear that it's in relation to the circumstances rather than the auditor taking the easy route. In paragraph 21, I had a question there really as to whether that paragraph 21 was needed in the requirements section anymore, because I don't think it actually includes a requirement anymore. It's really just a cross-reference. And then finally on A33, there's an example at the end that talks about testing journal entries or other adjustments or accounting estimates. And I would suggest some kind of complexity filter in there, because it's talking about the use of IT systems or technology testing, and I think there's perhaps some more we could be a little bit more focused on the example. And again, I can suggest some wording. Thanks.
Thank you. Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom. Let's see, we start with 18. Okay. Back. Right, so the examples that are presented under A25, I fully appreciate that this is an effort to provide a fraud lens, but I think that well, Sue already made a comment about the second example, which I would underline, but also the other example. This is providing a fraud lens, but I think that this circumstance, both circumstances actually, on the basis of 220R, paragraph 7, would require action anyway. And I think by adding this, you undermine 220 paragraph 7, because it really, the circumstance as sketched would already require action. So by then putting a sentence in there, these circumstances were based on the engagement partner professional judgment, indicative of possible efforts by management to conceal fraud, and only then come into action, I think undermines 220, because I think should have taken action regardless. Then we go on. So maybe as an example, A30A and A30B feels repetitive of the professional skepticism section. Questions about it being tailored to fraud, and a question around the relevant ethical requirements and how this fits in with fraud. So questions there. I had also questions about paragraph 21, as Sue had. I have a different solution maybe, because I don't mind the sentence, but it is it feels like essential material wrapped into a requirement. And is this something that we could bring into the introduction rather than put it in here? So that could be a solution to it. And then something that's fairly pervasive through the standards, and I'm just picking one example. I can point you to others, which I will do in the offline comments, but this one goes: nature, time, and extent of involvement of individuals with specialized skills or knowledge, such as forensic and IT experts. And in a bunch of cases, we speak about forensic and IT experts, and why IT experts need to go hand in hand with forensic is just not clear to me. I fully appreciate the example of bringing forensic expertise in there, but depending on the circumstances, IT experts should already be involved, because there's a complex IT system environment, complex journal entries. And yes, of course, you bring IT experts in, but that's already in 315. Well, that's not something for the fraud standard. So I would suggest to have a look at the consistent usage of forensic and IT experts, maybe use forensic and other relevant experts to target it a little bit more to fraud. Then there are a couple of examples in respect of the complexity, and this is in respect of A31 as well. So the examples that articulate complexity when experts should be involved. Similar comment as I made before. Well, if these are the circumstances, I would have expected experts to be there regardless, not because there's a fraud element to it. Well, these are just circumstances that are complex enough that's an active consideration, and probably involvement of experts need to be there. And by including it here, I think it undermines 220R. yeah, then see, yeah, I'll skip the repetitiveness comment. I'll send all of those through. Maybe A38. So I appreciate you moved A38 from the engagement team discussion, but it's now hanging off direction, supervision, and review, and that doesn't feel right. So I was just struggling with the move, and this was before I actually realized that you've moved it from the engagement team discussion, because my first comment is this doesn't belong here. It should be at the engagement team discussion. And so only later saw your comment that you've moved it. And then, yeah, the engagement team discussion is a different purpose than the direction, supervision, and reviews. I don't think this is the right place for it. We're going to 25. See if I have anything there. No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Julie, I'm conscious that you've gotten a lot of comments here. I assume that we're going to get more on paragraph 19 as well. Maybe I'll give you a break. Why don't we put 19 aside? Do you want to respond to anything yet, or do you want to keep going?
Maybe a couple, if that's okay. And you're putting 19 to the side, so I won't.
I've only put it 19 aside because I know other people
Yeah.
raise. Who else, by show physical hands, wants to come in on 19? Oh, other. Wait. Wendy. Okay. We'll take the rest of the 19 comments right after this. Let you respond. We'll do 19 and then we'll get to everyone else.
Sure. So the other one that popped up a couple of times was 21. So 21 is that requirement you remember we talked about back in June. It is essential material. It's written in that way, and it's really just a signpost to say, if you're in this situation, you need to go to this part of the standard to deal with the requirements. So the task force was generally happy. I think based on the discussion in June, that was the outcome of what we did. So I didn't hear, I heard your suggestion to move it to the introduction, but we did consider that, and that's how it ended up where it is in the standard. Some of the other items I heard, Tom, were more about the examples and maybe taking another breeze through the examples and making sure we haven't, I guess, included extraneous information, or that the examples are really fraud-based, which we can certainly do as a task force. I didn't consider those to be fatal. And then maybe, I know your last point about the A38 and the move, that was on purpose, because that would be an additional discussion that the engagement partner, as a result of their DSR activities, would engage in. It's not the engagement team discussion that's required in all cases. This would be an additional discussion that the engagement partner would have if they felt it was needed. So that's why the move was there. And of course, I haven't dealt with 19 yet, but those were a few of the things I noted.
Okay. Shall we, then Wendy on 19?
Thanks. I don't have much to add to what has already been raised from Eric and Sue about, what is the expectation in terms of the work effort, and combined with, what we have made in terms of changes to the 200 and so on. So it's the same comment. I won't pout on.
Wendy?
I think my comment was more in suggested edits for clarification. To add back, unless the auditor has reason to believe the contrary, the auditor may accept records and documents as genuine. Just to retain that concept. And then another, I think somebody mentioned earlier that there's a lot of wordsmithing still between identified or come to the auditor's attention. So I had the same comment here, but I think I'm going to stop repeating that one. And we're just on 19, right?
Okay.
So, but I am sensitive to the comments about documentation as well.
Anyone else on 19? Okay, now Julie.
So the task force thinking about 19, and none of my task force members are shy, by the way, so if they want to add, they can. The thinking on 19 was kind of twofold. One was we didn't want there to be a presumption that everything you got was genuine without the auditor thinking about it. And what we have in there is still a conditional requirement. It is not thou shalt think about this in all cases. It is a conditional requirement with an if at the beginning. The other thing too is the board's done quite a bit of thinking on the audit evidence space. We did not take, what was in ED per se and say in accordance with 500 because we weren't able to do that. But we also recognize that an attribute that came up in all those discussions was authenticity, and we didn't want to give the appearance that authenticity was at any way less of a relevant or reliable attribute than any of the others. And in cases of fraud, that would be even more equally important. And so that was the task force's thinking in making that change. And it also then required the consequential amendment suggestion in 200.
Diane?
I'm on the task force. I'm not shy. Sounds like a self-help group, doesn't it? But I think Julie's spot on. I just want to echo the comment that, we didn't want to, I hate to say this, but lead the witness. We didn't want to say, hey, don't forget, if you feel like it's not authentic, then go do something. So we didn't want to lead the witness. We wanted the auditor to really look at it with a fresh set of eyes. I also think this is an area where there is technology, right? There is technology that's growing. This continues to be an active discussion with the IFER and others about what organizations are doing about document authenticity. There are real life examples where fraud is found on document authentication processes, where invoices and confirmations have been adjusted and modified. So I feel very strongly about this paragraph. I do think we want to freshen and modernize it and bring to light that this is a real audit challenge where the auditor should be looking at this, especially in this environment where everything is digitized. So that was kind of some background as to why we went with how we went. Thanks.
So I guess the question is, in my mind, is that just thinking behaviorally here, is people are reacting for the sentence deletion a little bit in my mind. And the question in my mind is there something that is just missing that will drive you into the conditional requirement? Like what process triggers the hitting of the conditional requirement, rather than I totally support the reason you've done what you've done, but it feels like, so when is the if occurring? And is there any way maybe to add context for the if? And at the same time, I know you probably don't have to say restate it, just a fact too, but I just feel like the way people, just like when people read our sentences or regulatory our standards, that they don't want the standard to become weaker. People will always compare our standards to what the extant was. And the extant did start with a statement, a circumstance. And I feel like that may be slightly missing right now. And maybe that's what's causing some of the concern here. That was my reaction, but I support the sentiments of this. I'm just trying to address, how can we address people's concern? I think the task force could, in my perspective, think about that.
We can. I mean, we have a number of the ifs in the examples because those are the conditions for which you would be in this circumstance. But I think we heard a message that we need to go back and at least take another look through this. So, and that's fine, but it was good to have the discussion.
But I don't think what I read from the discussion is that no one disagrees with the general principle here, unless I'm reading that wrong. It's just the question of how it will be interpreted into practice. Is that a fair assessment? Janine?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm thinking that if the way the task force has put it now and deleted the first sentence is more driving professional skepticism for the auditor, Because if you already start with the first sentence, unless the auditor has reason to believe, the auditor may accept that's a sort of starting point, that they may accept that everything is genuine. And I personally think that the proposal that the task force has put forward is better aligned with driving professional skepticism for auditors, and then also driving maybe, hopefully, other auditor behavior. Thanks.
I'll leave it to the task force to assess it, but there's enough comment here that I think the task force should consider it. And I don't feel like there's a fundamental objection here. And it may be something that we put out for comment and see how it comes back too, but you do get some feedback here. Okay, let's get back to other elements of it. If everyone has their 10 card up on other paragraphs, please let me know. If you don't want to talk about anything else other than 19, put it down. But Chun-Wei, I'll turn to you.
Thanks, Tom. And just to add on one more comment, and this is on, again, A25, and I know the example have been raised by a couple other board members already, but just one other potential thing to look at, the second example there, in terms of the reaction. It talks about engagement partner communicating with those charged with governance, and I'm just wondering whether it helps to also say that the engagement partner should emphasize to the engagement team that they shouldn't be settling for less than persuasive evidence in such an instance. So just something for the task force to consider.
Okay, Wendy.
Okay, I think I'll do 21 first, and then I'll go back to 18 for a minute. 21, I think, was the paragraph that Sue said to delete, and I actually agreed with that, but also have an alternative. I think the struggle that my outreach group had is they weren't really sure what action they needed to take because the way it was written, and suggested being very clear. If the auditor identifies any fraud or success or suspected fraud, having a problem with that word today, the auditor is required to perform the additional audit procedures in accordance with paragraphs 54 to 63. It then would clarify that it's a requirement instead of, I had the same comment to delete it, but I understood from one of your responses that perhaps not. So maybe just add in the word required. And then, I can't believe I'm in this section, hopefully no place else am I suggesting to add back things. But I thought in 18, with the deletion of A24 and the reference to notwithstanding that the auditor's past experience of honesty and integrity reminder that was in 24, maybe it needs to go back, maybe it needs to go into 18, because now it simply says, in applying ISA 200, the auditor shall maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit, which is a given, recognizing the possibility that a material statement due to fraud could exist, notwithstanding the auditor's past experience of honesty and integrity of the entity's management and those charged with governance. And I thought it was important to add that back in because we are in the fraud standard. In some other cases, the reference to ISA 200 alone might be okay. And I think that's all I have in that section.
Okay. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have one comment referring to A24, and then a second comment. While the wording in this paragraph probably needed revision, I'm not in favor of eliminating the paragraph entirely, because auditors are expected to consider the integrity of management and those charged with governance as part of their decision of whether to accept or continue an audit engagement, which implies that they will also draw upon past experience in making that consideration. Furthermore, auditors are required to use the information obtained during the acceptance and continuance process during audit. For this reason, paragraph A24 should, in my view, not be deleted, but replaced with better wording. Then I have a second comment. It's referring to paragraph 22, and they're referring to A31. 1 second, I have to scroll. So my comment is that the second example in the second bullet point after paragraph 31 conflates fraud with other non-compliance with laws and regulations. The inclusion of non-compliance with laws and regulation and the examples given are not fraud per se, but are other non-compliance with fraud and laws and regulation. Emphasis should be placed on the fraudulent aspects of such non-compliance for the financial statements. That is materiality, misstated tax provision, and materiality misstated revenues due to such revenues being generated from illegal activities rather than the legal ones presented. I have similar issues with the examples in the 4th and 5th bullet points, and in some of the examples in paragraphs A51, A57, and A58 for which I have provided to the task force offline comments. Thanks, that's all.
Isabel?
Yes, thank you. So on A29, I understand that we want to delete all the introducing sentence of the example, but as such, in the box of example in A29, now it does not mean anything because we have bullet points without any verb saying the auditor who's charged with governance, management, individuals. So we have a list of people, but we don't know how to connect that to the sentence above the box. So maybe there's something to do there. In A30, it refers to the CUSP convention. In the CUSP convention, in 517 of CUSP, we say that when we use and, for example, A and B, we means A and B together. And when we use or, it can be either A, either B, either A and B. And when we refer to management and who's charged with governance, we communicate to management and who's charged with governance. It's always to both. So we use and. But here in A30, and maybe we have other instances of that and it should be reviewed, we say audit evidence obtained or cast doubt on the integrity of management and who's charged with governance. So it means that it needs both and it can be one or the other. So probably we should have critical review on when we use management and who's charged with governance. Probably in 90–95% of the situation in which we use it, it's fine to have and, but in some other situations, it would be better to have or because it can be one or the other or both. And last but not least, paragraph 21, also I struggled with it. The fact that now it hangs there, it's not a requirement, it's a reminder, but also the positioning of this sentence. It's a little bit strange that it's at this point in the standard. So it's in between professional skepticism and engagement resources, and it's not really relevant. So I support the idea of having in the introduction. I also support the idea of deleting it because we don't need it. The requirements are later. Thank you.
Okay. Julie?
Okay. And I said we had a cusp review, Isabel, so apparently we need to go back and do another scrub. Here we thought we were getting ahead of ourselves. A24, I heard a few mention A24. So we did delete A24 under the umbrella of the professional skepticism, key item that we were addressing as part of this project. And we felt that what we had in paragraph 18 and what we have now in A23 hit the mark on how the auditor needs to think about professional skepticism, how they have to maintain it throughout the audit, and then A23 builds on that. We didn't feel that A24 needed to be there anymore because A24 was potentially softening the professional skepticism point in that you were, these are a bunch of people I know, I have past experience with them, I'm going to accept, what they tell me because of my past experience. We did not mean to say that every audit you have to disregard what you know before, but we didn't want to have the auditor hang on their past experience, particularly in the area of fraud, because we felt that professional skepticism was important. So the task force felt very strongly about that deletion of that paragraph. And I did hear some other comments around the examples again, Tom, but we'll take that away and have a look at it.
Okay, great. I think we have time for one more section or break.
Okay, the next section goes from 26 to 30 and it incorporates the risk assessment procedures and related activities, and then starts to get into the pieces around the understanding in the, I'll call it the risk identification and assessment piece of the standard. So 26 to 30 and A45 to A62.
Okay, I was remiss in my job. You wanted to come back?
Yes, briefly, thank you, Tom. So I was just curious. So I think close to half of the board members had trouble with paragraph 21. Well, we've heard your arguments why you feel that it's there, but what are we going to do with it?
From my perspective, we're going to leave it.
Yeah.
It is essential material. It's not a requirement. It's a signpost to send you to the requirements when they're applicable. So we did consider Ado, you mentioned the introduction. We consider that as an option, but we felt that this was the more appropriate place to have it.
Yeah, but I think this is also part of the COSP drafting conventions, that essential material needs to explain a requirement. So there's other drafting conventions we are not as strictly adhering to, in my view, or repetition, etc. So are we throwing all of that out of the door now because we feel that it's useful here? I just struggle with it. I'm not ready to accept, particularly in light of the many comments around the table, that we don't think it should be here, to accept the positions. Well, we think it should, so on we go.
I remember, and James, I'm looking at you, and I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot. You or Billy, I know we had this discussion back in June, and we come to this place as a solution. So is it possible for potentially one of you to weigh in on this? Have we set precedent here, or are we following what we've done in other past projects?
Yeah, I think, Julie, I think to Ado's point, I think quite a few board members have raised the point. So I would rather that as a task force, we just discuss this rather than just making a decision now, but let's take it back.
Okay. I'm not sure. Let the task force consider it one possibility. Rather than deciding this on the fly, I'd rather have the task force to take it back. Okay. Okay, let's deal with paragraphs 26 to 30. Eric.
Thanks, Tom. First is on paragraph 28. This is one of the paragraphs where I struggled with what's the fraud lens here? This paragraph in the application material to me seemed to be just a repetition of what's already in the standard. I can understand that if there's an intentional bias by management, that could well be fraud related, but that's not mentioned here. To me, it would be helpful to strengthen this reference if we're going to keep it by at least building on what do we think the fraud implications are when there's possible bias on the part of management, because a management bias alone is not necessarily fraud. So I struggled with 28 and the application material. The next one is 29. And this goes to the point that Sue raised earlier when we're talking about third-party fraud, and it's in paragraph 29A, little 2b. And it talks about that the engagement team discussion should consider the incentives or pressures of third parties to commit fraud. And I think it's going to be very difficult for auditors to evaluate what the incentives or pressures might be from third parties to commit fraud. I think it'd be more appropriate to consider perhaps the opportunities for them to commit fraud. That might be a more useful discussion to have. So just for your consideration. And my next comment is on 29A, big A. 29, big A. So this is repeating what's basically in 500 today. And again, I'm just trying to understand, and there's no application material. So what's the fraud lens? It doesn't, there's nothing here that seems to be different from what the auditor would otherwise do under 500. So I'm just wondering if there's more that could be built in here about what the auditor might consider when there are these inconsistencies or what modifications might be needed to procedures, etc. Thank you. That's it.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. Let's see. Right, I had a similar comment in respect of the third-party fraud that Eric raised. I wasn't sure how the sentence was constructed or whether it was meant that incentives or pressures could come from third parties, whether that was the construct intended, or whether this now needs to be considered where third-party fraud risk should be considered as fraud risk factors, which is expanding the scope, which I'd be willing to entertain. But it is very hard to do, as Eric explained. So fraud risk, third-party fraud typically arises from opportunities, and in that sense, I would sort of am with Eric that probably should then be the direction that the auditor need to think about. See, I had the same comment in respect of 29A. It's nothing incremental in respect of the fraud lens. I also I was struggling with the location of the evaluation of the fraud risk factors, and that comes before. Is that the right place where to put it? I think it's probably closer. Well, you first do an understanding of what of the entity. It is associated. It's closer associated with the risk identification and evaluation process rather than all the way up front. So I was just struggling with the location of 29C. I don't have any significant issues with the content of it. Thank you.
Anyone else on these paragraphs? I think that's comments.
Very good. Okay. Eric, you mentioned 28. So that being the retrospective review of the accounting estimates. 28 now incorporates, it does say in applying 540, but what we also did is we moved the extent, we kind of merged in applying 540, and the fact that in extent 240 you did have that requirement to do the retrospective review related to significant accounting estimates for bias, and we put all that in the one requirement now and connected it to 540, because in 540 you also look at estimates. We're trying not to duplicate, and that's what 28 came from, where 28 came from. And we thought that what we'd done in A48 big A explained the purpose of that requirement and what you were using that requirement for as it relates to fraud. So just some of the task force thinking on that particular one. 29 little a little 2, I did hear a couple of people around the third party. I think that might have been a place where we've had a bit of a change that we've broadened the scope there. So certainly need to take that one away, and we probably went maybe a step too far in trying to build in incentives and pressures from third parties in that requirement, but we'll take that one away. And 20, I need to go back on 29 big A, because I'm not recalling, unless someone else, like one of the staff members or some of the other task force members, about 29A, but it was definitely a discussion point we'd had at a previous meeting. But we can come back on that one.
Okay. So I'm suggesting that we take a tea break right now, or coffee break, or whatever you want to call the break, for the next half hour. We will reconvene at 3:30, and we'll try to get through the rest of the fraud papers. So thank you. 3:30. Okay, could we all start taking our seats? Okay, I think we're back from break and ready to go on a fraud project. I see that the slides already up and prepared. Julie, over to you.
And I don't need to spend a lot of time. So we're moving on to 31 to 42 and A63 to A112.
$31 to $42. Kai.
Thank you, Tom. I have a small comment in relation to paragraph 35. It seems to me that the focus of the audit on detecting material misstatements due to fraud has been lost because reference is made to fraud generally. For this reason, paragraph 35 little a should be reworded to refer to controls over journal entries that prevent or detect misstatements due to fraud. And paragraph 35 little b should be reverted to, let me suggest, other controls that prevent or detect material misstatements due to fraud. Such changes would need to be made to the accompanying application material 2. The same applies to paragraph 36. That's all. Thanks.
Sue?
Thank you. I have a comment in relation to 35B, which is, I appreciate is consistent with ISA 315. But in the outreach and the preparation, there were some concerns over scalability in this particular one for the less complex entity audits. I think the application material helps explain some of the scalability concerns, but I'm sort of left in particular with A94B, which relates to IT general controls, and that now talks at a fairly high level, as opposed to the assertion level risks and the identified control activities. So I think if you could take a look at that kind of scalability angle, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. And my focus here is on paragraph A110, the rebuttable presumption. When I reached out to stakeholders in this, there's a lot of struggle around how the requirement and the related application material were going to work. You know, A108, 109, is understandable. It's dealing with the fraud risk factors and the potential for risks of material misstatement due to revenue recognition, and indicating that ordinarily, if you've got fraud risk factors related to revenue recognition, then it's unlikely that you're going to be able to rebut the presumption. But when you get to paragraph A110, that's when things start to get a bit muddy, because you may have gone through this process. You've not identified any fraud risk factors relating to revenue recognition. You may have not been able to identify any other risks of material misstatement due to fraud and revenue recognition. But then A110 says, well, but you may conclude that you may be able to rebut the presumption in the case where, because of the nature of the revenue transaction and the applicable recognition criteria. And we're just struggling with how this paragraph fits with the rest of the application material, because it's not at that point talking about fraud risks. It's just talking about the nature of the revenue transaction and the recognition criteria. And we're not sure how that's connected to the rebuttable presumption. So I don't have a solution, but what the stakeholders I was speaking to were saying is the focus on fraud risks is the important part of this exercise, and looking at, are there incentives or pressures or opportunities, and then to start looking at the nature of the revenue and the applicable recognition criteria gets a bit distracting, because you would normally have looked at those as part of whether there are any fraud risk factors. So that's where we're struggling with A110. Thanks.
Wendy?
Okay, thank you, Tom. Okay, so my first comment is on paragraph 33, and I thought we could pick up the fifth bullet from A89 and actually make that a requirement. And it relates to the procedures performed, if any, by internal audit. And here I am again suggesting things to be added in. Apologies. Same comment on 35B that Sue made. I think I have one more on 40B. Bear with me. I'm sorry, 40 little b. Is that correct? Yeah. And this suggested edit there is at this stage of ISO 315 revised, the auditor is beyond just obtaining an understanding. When the auditor has identified significant risks, the auditor is required to perform D&I on the controls related to significant risks. And so I sent in some suggested edits so that the auditor shall evaluate the D&I and determine whether the controls have been implemented. So that's for 40B. And that's the end of this section. Thank you.
Ida?
Yes, thank you. And I've, I guess, similar concerns to some of what Kai, Uwe, and Sue said. I was also trying to work through the other controls that prevent or detect fraud in 35B, and whether that's, and what the implications are. Well, are those, is the understanding of the other controls that prevent or detect fraud, and is it any fraud or risk of material misstatement, that level? And are we then expected to do design and implementation as well? So would that be the implication? I didn't think so, but then I read A94A, and I was wondering, well, is this now presuming that that those controls in respect of revenue recognition, accounting estimates, significant transactions outside the normal course of business, that we now need to do this design and implementations over those controls? So I was just wondering whether the task force can have a look at it and whether it's clear what now the work effort will need to be of the auditor. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Apologies. I just wanted to get clarification because I was listening, trying to keep up. Sorry, Wendy, your comment in respect to 40B, please. I apologize. Do you mind just repeating that? I didn't understand what the issue was. Thank you.
Sorry. It's just some edits related to the stage of where we are in ISA 315, right? And so at 40B, I think we're beyond obtaining an understanding. And when the auditor has identified significant risks, the auditor is required to perform D&I and the controls related to the significant risks. So it's just clarifying the words in 40B to say, so leaving what's there, treat those assessed risks and material misstatement due to fraud as significant risks, and accordingly, to the extent not already done so, this is new language, the auditor shall evaluate the design and determine whether the controls have been implemented. So it's not obtain an understanding anymore, it's evaluate. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Sorry, Chenwei, the tissue box is blocking you.
No problem. So just on A110, so Eric's point notwithstanding, I did not quite see it that way, but of course the task force will have a look at the concern he's raised. But I'm just looking at A110 sort of alone, and one of the early discussion we had in this project is about how we address the situation where auditors are just inappropriately rebutting presumed revenue, fraud risk. And I just wondering, maybe one small thing we can potentially do here is, we have the examples of so-called straightforward and non-complex recognition criteria. But maybe just flagging that even for this kind of straightforward recognition criteria, like for example, reselling for a fixed price, depending on the specific facts and circumstances, there may be fraud risk arising from, for example, inappropriate cutoff. So I just wonder if it is worth just flagging something like that to say, it's not just, you have this situation, there's zero fraud risk. You just need to think in the context of the fact and circumstances and not just inappropriately rebut everything. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Julie?
Heard a few things on 35 little b, and I mentioned earlier at the start that was new. And that was a new requirement because when we started to ensure we covered the linkage between 315 in the control activities component, all we talked about in our previous draft was controls over journal entries. And so we felt that it was appropriate to remind the auditor that there's that other category in 315 in the control activities component, which is those controls in the auditor's judgment that they may need to identify as identified controls. And so that's the linkage. That's the category of controls we were targeting. And we were saying, and think about the fact that the entity may have controls that prevent and detect fraud that could be considered in that category. So that was the reasoning for that add. So you may or may not identify any in there that you feel are appropriate because it is in the professional judgment category of the control activities component, but we felt it was incomplete without referring to it. And I think on A110, Eric, I think you've had this comment a couple of times. If there are other examples or things that the board suggests there, we're open to taking them. We've sort of racked our brains on certain ones, so go from there.
Anyone else on this section? Okay. We can move forward.
Okay, we are now on 43 to 53. So we've moved on to responding to assess risk of material misstatement due to fraud. So 43 to 53 and A113 to A146.
(43 through 53). Give it 5 more seconds, or we're going to move on. The threat. Ado.
Sorry, I'm just quick enough, I guess. In respect of paragraph 51, and then this, I was just wondering, well, the auditors shall review accounting estimates. Is there a threshold there, or is that all estimates or significant estimates that we need to be considering? Also taking because at the moment it's very broad, so that's let's see, anything else? I don't think so. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on this section?
We'll need to take that one away, but we can move on if that's good. Okay. In the section now on fraud or suspected fraud, so paragraphs 54, well, it's broader than fraud or suspected fraud. I think we need to move the slide. Anyway, 54 to 60.
Next slide, please.
54 to 65 are the requirements I'm looking for comments on, and A148 to A170. So it's fraud or suspected fraud, the evaluation and sufficiency of the appropriateness audit evidence, and the category around auditor unable to continue the engagement.
So.
Just a point on A161, which is the second of the quantitative bullets. That references the impact on future periods, and I would suggest changing that to other periods, because shifting revenue could impact the prior period as well. Thanks.
Adam.
Thank you, Tom. I was trying to go through the process of 54 through 59, and I wonder if the order and the responsibilities are all in the right place. So in 54, it says if the auditor identifies fraud or suspected fraud, the engagement partners shall, and then obtain an understanding, communicate with management, and report to an appropriate authority. One of the questions I had is, okay, if the auditors identifies fraud or suspected fraud, so is there a threshold there? Is it any clearly inconsequential or trivial fraud? And if that's the case, do I need to then report to an appropriate authority outside the entity? Because that's how I read this. Or is there an element of once we have, once this is identified or became aware of, or Greg's language probably, then you make inquiries about the matter. So in 59, then you evaluate whether the matter, what is it? Then 59B, before, so there's a couple of elements in 59 that I think come before some of the requirements in 54. just from a process point of view, and also because, yes, it says in 54, communicate with, and that is then explained in the application material as also getting information from. But I think that the inquiries are much more appropriate in that context, and that only once you've evaluated whether that fraud was what it was, who has done it, what management has done about it, then you more wholesomely communicate with and to those charged with governance. Then you consider whether you need to report to instances outside of the entity. And so I think there's some reshuffling that can be done to allow for a more, I guess, more natural process in getting to the bottom of it, rather than sticking stuff onto the engagement partner that he needs to do without having done the inquiries, etc. So there's a number of comments that I've made in this area with some suggestions, which I clearly will send through. But that is, I think, the grunt of what my concern was with this this section that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, sorry.
I think I may have comments on the same two paragraphs that Edo just addressed, which are 54 and 59. For 54, and I'm fairly certain we discussed this at the June meeting, Julie, but I couldn't find in the minutes the reason that we're using the engagement partner in 54. So I have suggested edits to 54A. I'm suggesting moving 54B and C to application material and creating a new 54A, all of which you may or may not have seen. The reason for the changes, and I'm fair, this came up at the June meeting, is I'm not sure why we're not using the auditor and why we're changing it to the engagement partner to perform all procedures to obtain the understanding, particularly since there is no threshold. And doesn't feel like it's very risk-based. And then I don't think it aligns with the IAASB code for no CLAR, not that we want to mix that up, but just a point of reference. So suggesting for 54, the auditor identifies fraud or suspected fraud, the auditor shall obtain an understanding of the nature and circumstances of the fraud or suspected fraud in order to determine the effect on the audit engagement. And then moving B and C to application material, and then 54A, based on the understanding obtained in paragraph 54 about the nature and circumstances of the fraud or suspected fraud, the auditor should take further action considered appropriate in the circumstances. And then if that is accepted, then there's some other places where it has engagement partner that might change to auditor. And then for 59, I think this is the same comment that Edo made, that I have concerns that 59 has no materiality threshold for performing the additional procedures, which would appear to create a standard that is not risk-based or scalable. And then 59B, I couldn't find necessarily how the auditor would make the evaluate whether the process to investigate the matter is appropriate in the circumstances. So I wasn't, maybe we need more application material, but I wasn't really sure how I would do that from a performance perspective, or that I'm competent to do that. And that's it in that section. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. So two quick comments. First one, 59A. I just wondered if we should be clear that that's the entities process, because I think we're talking about the entities process to investigate, just to be clear. And then on on para 65D, sorry, 65D, just the last half of that. Are we being too specific? Was the thought I had.
Say that reference again, sorry.
65D. would we not be better just to say consider the implications for the auditor's report rather than consider whether the exceptional circumstances will result? So just make it a bit more neutral, generic.
Okay. Anyone else?
Okay, so Ado, I think, can I try and paraphrase what I think I heard from you? So I don't believe you're opposed to the section as a whole and the requirements we have there, but potentially we need to just take another fresh look at the ordering, because, and some of those were not meant to be, you know, you do step A, you do step P, you do step C. They're just things that the auditor needs to consider, and we've sort of, I use my word, signposted for other areas that they need to look at. But if that's fair from your comments, then I think that's something we can take away and just make sure we've got the crispness of the ordering right.
Yes, and because the direction is absolutely the right direction. I think a lot can be done in ordering. Which then would also bring out the pencils down approach a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. When we did discuss the engagement partner in June, you're right. And again, that was deliberate because we feel that is a responsibility the engagement partner would need to have to be able to obtain the understanding. That doesn't mean the engagement, like if you take a really complex audit and let's say a group audit, that doesn't mean the engagement partner has to solely run around and do all of the work, because in 220, there is the recognition that if the engagement partner shall do something, I'm paraphrasing, they can use other information from other engagement team members, they can use information from the firm. They don't solely have to do everything on their own, but they have to be responsible for it, and they can't assign it to somebody else. So we were very cautious to use those words because we didn't want to get to a place where that work was being assigned to someone else on the team. And I think if we made that change to auditor, that could be a consequence of making that change.
We're ready to move on. Anyone else? Okay, Julie, I think we can move to the next section.
Okay. 66 to 69 and A171 to A187A.
66 to 69. Sue?
So I know the task force has worked really hard on this, and I just wanted to say that in the outreach preparing for this, there was a lot of support for using the CAM mechanism. So that felt like really good feedback that I wanted to share. Just tempered with a few comments about obviously the concern for potential boilerplate nature, but certainly the setup felt it's using a mechanism that is now familiar. So that, as I say, support for that. Thanks.
Yosh?
Thank you, Tom. And this is my first time to make a comment. So I thank you very much for the task force with Joey to hard work. I support continuously the overall direction of the exposure draft because it strengthens the response to the fraud risk and introducing additional procedure when fraud or suspected fraud is identified. And in addition, the specific comment of paragraph 69, in order to avoid boilerplate comments related fraud, like just one sentence, and improve transparency through the such comments. In addition to stating the effect, which there are no fraud comments, I think that it is possible to require a statement of the procedure performed with respect to the comments as the result of those procedures, and the reasons for determining that there are no present. That's it. Thank you.
Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom. I I was looking at the floating application material in A162, and yeah, I guess that comes on the the task force position on relying on 500 evaluation of sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I appreciate that we will have a further discussion in the for the purpose of the 500 standards, whether a separate evaluation or whether 500 is going to deal with all the evaluations of sufficient appropriate audit evidence. But so I want to signpost that that is an element that may very well be brought in here. In fact, would be my position that I think a separate evaluation for this public interest standard would be more than appropriate in this instance. All the way up to 69, I think that's. Oh yes, is something that I mentioned in my in respect to the introduction. So in respect of paragraph 67, application material A179, there's a sentence in there that says, as users of financial statements have highlighted their interest in matters related to fraud, these matters are ordinarily of most significance in the audit. And I'm just, it feels to me that that overrides the requirements, and it pretty much implies that every fraud-related matter should be a CAM. And is that really the intent of what this needs to be? And I think that is it for this. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks. I was going to raise the last point Ado's just made. I read it the same way. My question in my head was, where's the significance threshold? Obviously, there's it comes in probably the link with the requirements, but I think you just read that paragraph on its own, and I think there's a risk that it'll be interpreted as all fraud rather than significant.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And Julie, just coming, I have comments on 66 and 69, but on the response to the 54, can we just go back and compare to ISA 220? Because I'm not actually sure it aligns, and it's ISA 229, paragraph 9 and 15. And then also there are similar concepts in ISA 600, paragraph 11 and 829. Here on 66, two concerns I may have expressed in June, but wanted to express again. Concerned with indicating that a control deficiency itself is a CAM. So was hoping C could be removed, but I know that's a dream, but I have to put it on the record. And then for 69, I think there were a couple of comments already, but I'm going to give my concern that the concerns that users of the report will take too much comfort from we didn't find anything related to fraud, and we will end up with boilerplate CAMs on fraud, like management override, for years to come. So I wanted to bring that in again. Thank you.
Not sure what it says that you have a dreams about our standards, but it is pretty bad.
If I did less traveling, I wouldn't wake up with weird dreams.
So, okay. Josephine, I think you were coming in response.
Poor Wendy, I promise I'm not picking on you in particular, but you did say 220, and I feel very close to that standard, and I know it is one of my babies. So you saying your argument is that paragraph 15 of 220 is inconsistent with 54A, because it isn't, but so I'm just trying to work. So I think I misunderstood you. I apologize.
Right. I actually said 9 and 15, but how about if we give the analysis offline between, okay.
Okay, Julie.
Well, Wendy, you may still have to dream about the control deficiency point, because even today, you can write a CAM related to a control deficiency. So, and we wanted to put that in there as a reminder that that might be a consideration that the auditor should think about. So continue to the dream. And then I think Tom, it's important just to reiterate the position that we took around some of that wording in the application material about CAMs. It was a steer, Greg and others, to drive the auditor to really think about reporting CAMs related to fraud. It doesn't mean that in every case you will have one, but we use the word ordinarily on purpose. It doesn't say always, it says ordinarily, and that was on purpose. And in fact, that's been around for a little while. So and the statement about saying there were no key audit matters related to fraud does not mean that the auditor didn't have fraud risks, or the auditor, that's not the message. The message is we didn't have a key audit matter to report to you related to fraud. So
I don't know. I always thought the requirement to say that will require some additional thinking and focus attention on that statement. If you're going to make that statement, you're going to be pretty confident that that statement holds. I think that was our intent, at least. Julie?
yes, it was.
And back to you on
Moving on.
next.
Okay. I think we're getting close. Sorry, I've lost my second monitor. So if we could just flip the slide. Now we're on the home stretch. So paragraph 70 to 75 and A 188 to A 201.
This is everything up to the appendices.
It's not a single
You just
section.
can't give me one, can you?
I get relief, isn't it? Not much, Julie. So a couple of comments in respect of 75, and I thought that the rationale that you applied to the deletion of bullet C would equally apply to B. But I can live with keeping B if that is a better guide to engagement teams. But D does seem to be a direct repetition of 315.38D. So that redundancy, in my view, would be unnecessary. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Julie.
Thanks, Ado. I think B was there because we now have these additional requirements that sit up in that section of the standard, and we wanted to ensure that there wasn't a potential of misdocumentation of those key elements. So that's what B is there for. D was to get at the point that we've made the risk assessment more robust, and the auditor may have considered or should have considered fraud risk factors and other things that go into that determination around the risks. And we wanted to capture some of that information as part of the documentation. So that's the story behind little b and little d.
Okay.
I think we're now up to the appendices. So our slide indicates we'll take them all at once, Tom. So appendix 1 through 5.
Ada? No. He didn't read all the way to the end. This is where they stuck all the good stuff too. Anyone on the appendices? Okay.
Okay. Famous question number 2. Is there anything else? Any other matters that the fraud task force needs to consider in our deliberations after the meeting between now and when we get ready for December.
Anyone? Okay. I'll hand it back to you to wrap things up.
Well, we still have the conforming amendments, Tom.
Oh, true that.
Oh, we need to go 2 slides? Okay. 2 more slides. Question 3. There we go. So we gave the conforming amendments in agenda item 3-C. So I know we brought some of the conforming amendments related to the reporting earlier to the board, but we hadn't brought the entire set of conforming amendments. So we're looking for feedback on the suite of conforming and consequential amendments that cover all the ISAs on the slide there.
Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom. I'm struggling a little bit with the amendment of 450. I don't disagree with the requirement of the auditor. I'm just not sure it should be in 450. Well, 240 is the fraud-specific standards, where you do the requirements that deal with fraud risks. We're now sticking it in 450. So I don't disagree that if you have misstatements, you need to think about, well, are some of those related to fraud? But I think from a standards point of view, well, that is a specific fraud aspect of a procedure, and I would have expected it to be in 240 rather than in 450. I think other comments I'll send through offline. Thank you.
Any other comments on conforming amendments? Kai, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I have one comment referring to the application material and other explanatory material, and there the paragraph which deals with professional skepticism, A24. With respect to ISA 200 paragraph A24, I disagree with the view that auditors would no longer be able to accept records and documents as genuine unless the auditor has reason to believe the contrary. It would mean that auditors must always consider the genuineness of every single record or document seen as part of the audit, which would massively increase auditor work effort without, in my view, any significant improvement in audit effectiveness, and would change a financial statement audit into a forensic audit for every piece of information used. The phrase thereafter that auditors are required to consider the reliability of information to be used as audit evidence, which includes consideration of the authenticity of such information, is enough to ensure that auditors think about authenticity while auditing. That's my comment. Thanks.
John Wei.
Thanks. So the same paragraph as Kai will, I understand why, I guess the rationale behind removing it, but just to say that from our reference group, there's similar concern, and whether that leads to almost like a forensic kind of audit. down the path. So I want to also just share that feedback, and also maybe just is a question mark around the extent to which our conforming amendments cover, because similar concept appears in ISA 3000 and in our international framework for assurance engagement. So if we do make this amendment, do we need to look at those, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding the scope of conforming amendments? Thanks.
Anyone else? Julie?
I think the last couple of references to the conforming amendment in 200 relates to our earlier discussion about authenticity. Yeah. So I feel like it all goes together as a package, because just personally, if we don't have it in 240, but we have it continue it in 200, I don't know how you operationalize that. It's a good question about the scope of our conforming amendments, Chung-Mi. I don't know if we consider those other standards, so we still got time. We can take it back. But I think the bigger issue is, are we, what the deliberations will be around keeping it anyway, because we did have that discussion about it, taking it out of 240. So I think we just need to be consistent with wherever we land on that one. Ada, we moved that requirement as a suggestion change to 450, because I think that's where it belongs. 450 deals with both fraud and error, and it felt like it suited there. We do have a signpost in 240 that sends you to 450. So if you have a misstatement, we send you over to 450 to evaluate it. And so it felt very odd to have this sort of standalone requirement that talked about misstatement when all the other material we would contemplate sits in 450. And so that's the reason behind the move.
Well, I think I can make the same argument the other way around, because if in accordance with this requirement in 450, you do identify a fraud, you go straight to 240 to see how you need to resolve it. And so why don't you deal with everything in 240 itself? So that
Josephine?
Okay. Edo, you've identified a misstatement, and during the work that you've done, we're in 315, we're in 240, we're in an audit. And so when you identify that misstatement, this is just reminding you, when you're in 450, you need to think about actually whether that particular misstatement is indicative of fraud. It could be an error, and think, oh, hang on a minute. So it's the red flag thing, or the light bulb thing. I don't know however we want to describe it, but you are in 450 evaluating misstatements, and therefore that's where you're thinking, this one looks a bit strange. I wonder if it's indicative of fraud. And then yes, you're exactly to your point. Then you go bounce back to 240 and you go through your steps there. So that's our logic there.
I think we all agree that this is that the auditor should determine this. So there's no question on the requirement itself. It's really only on geography where I think we can disagree or agree to disagree. I was asked for comments, so you're getting them.
Thank you for obliging, Ada. Okay, Julie?
Yep, thank you. Our last and final question was related to section 3 in agenda item 3. So that was our issues paper, where we're starting the process now to think about the outline of the explanatory memo. And the task force has done some initial thinking about what could go in that memo. And we wanted to know if the board had, I think it's more of a completeness ask. Do you think we've missed anything in particular in that list? Of course, there's a detailed list that goes behind that. We didn't give you the long laundry list of things we were already thinking about, but at least we gave you the headings, and to the extent you think something's missing, we'd like to know as we start to work on that.
So?
I had a couple of suggestions. One was to try and elicit information from countries that have already implemented some of the changes. So, for example, in auditor reporting, and if there's a way of being targeted into getting feedback on how those changes have been received by stakeholders, I think that would be it would be an opportunity to maybe develop some more targeted questions. And then the other area was I'm conscious that we've had a lot of feedback already in relation to technology on both audit evidence and the strategy and work program. And I just wonder whether, in the context of what you're looking at here and the use of technology, again, whether there might be an opportunity to ask some slightly more targeted questions that will inform both this project and possibly next steps on technology as well. Thanks.
Lida?
Thank you, Tom. Julie, you mentioned the under E, the enhancing the ramp-up requirements when the auditor identifies fraud or suspected fraud, and which is perfectly fine. I was just wondering whether we should also ask something about the pencils down approach, that whether that comes through in here, which I think is something we discussed at quite a bit of length.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Julie.
Thank you. And last slide is our way forward. So in the period from October to December, the task force will be busily working away on what we've heard today. To the extent you have offline comments and have not sent them, if possible I know it's an ask, but by the end of the week, so we could start to combine them and have something ready for the task force to discuss at our October meeting and have some time for the team to take a look at those, that would be really appreciated. So I mentioned earlier, we've gotten some already, but to the extent you have them and haven't passed them along, that'd be great. I also mentioned coordination with IAASB. I didn't hear much today that will change what we already have in the standard with respect to our coordination, but if there is anything, we will do that. And any other working groups or consultation groups, we need to do that. We also have an outreach plan scheduled for the next quarter, so we will continue on that outreach plan as well. And then we'll all be back here in December to approve the exposure draft.
We shall. I should even say we will, to make sure that we will. It's going to be approved. Okay, great job on the fraud task force. So what I suggest now is, I don't think we have time to start audit evidence. We'll begin that tomorrow. But I do want to close the public session in the meeting. Right now, we have a couple of administrative and sorry, Janine and Shiv, I'm sorry. I should allow you to give your perspectives on the fraud discussion.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, good discussion and comments made for further consideration by the task force. Also in view of further clarifying requirements is what I heard, and driving professional skepticism, which is an important topic, as well as enhanced auditor behavior to drive that further. And this is important to meet public expectations with this revised standard. Whilst at the same time, I think it's very important to keep a close eye on not unintendedly weakening the extent ISA 240 requirements. So we look forward to the upcoming consultation of the ED, and which will provide feedback, important feedback, also whether the transparency option with fraud and the CAM will meet stakeholders' needs. So thank you, and good luck with the last round of revisions for the ED to be ready for consultation. Thank you.
And Jim?
All the discussion choked me up. It was interesting. I think some of the conversation was a little bit different than a CAG, which usually we're fairly consistent. So I was expecting more on the transparency and some of that other discussion. But given that, I think that we need to get some feedback in terms of the consultation to see what the profession and the practitioners and the world thinks about it. So I think you're making good progress.
I think the reflection on the transparency side is that we've had 2 board discussions since the last CAG on that topic, and I think we probably closed off the decision on that, at least in terms of the exposure draft. Okay, so I was premature, but we're going to close the meeting, the public session right now. Thank you for all the observers for attending today. We'd like to close the room now to keep it just for board members, TAs, and the professional staff. And then afterwards, I'll give you an update, but the next discussion is just to give you an update on what we're doing for the roundtables on Wednesday.